And welcome to my humble abode. And today we have Raphael and David Alvilon. And today, I think we'll be talking about multiple things. One of the topics that we'll be discussing perhaps is going to be about slavery. Let's hope that my broadband is going to hold up. You guys can cam up for now and see how that works. But these are some of the most intelligent Europeans that I know so far. But I don't know a whole lot of Europeans, so that's not saying a lot either. But I do have a lot of respect for your brains over there. So welcome, David, and welcome, Raphael. How are you guys doing? David, how are you?
Hey, Natsukita, good to see you. I'm doing fine over here. It's getting slowly warmer. The sun is coming out in spring, and that's amazing. Seeing the trees getting greener and being outside and just stepping out the door and just feeling feeling alive again. So, how are you doing?
All right, that's great. Raphael, how are you?
Thank you. I'm doing fine. Thanks. I'm curious as to where our conversation will go. And yes, also here it's been a bit warmer for a few days. Now it's cold again, but yeah, I guess seasonal change can be nice to have an increase in temperature and sunlight and so on. Is probably good for many individuals and the collective.
Absolutely. So Raphael is coming from Austria, and David is over in Switzerland. But David is originally from Germany, so we got some Central Europeans over here. So I feel quite lucky to have, uh, you know, a different perspective, I guess, another perspective, European perspective on what's happening in the world. Now, everybody knows that there's stuff going on in the Middle East without having to go into too much details about that. But obviously, it is a bit of a concern for all of us. So, um, you, I think, Raphael, you had suggested some topics for us to discuss. Where would you like to start with? Which direction would you like to go?
Yeah, so as I remember, I believe you're even familiar with Bashar, for example, Nach, right? Just as one
A
example, and
little bit,
we
a
had
little bit. He
briefly
he was channeling.
yes, Darrell Anka, we had briefly spoken about this, and I guess where this all comes about is also partially triggered by the great interview you did with David Ewing Jr. on Theosophy, where he finally spilled the beans on that part, and just in a way, it's almost like, oh well, just yet another completely coded movement that is popular. What a big surprise! However, of course, as so much of the New Age and whatever related ideas are derived from Theosophy and potentially a few other movements that may equally have been coded through, it would be time, in a sense, to revisit those and attempt to delineate what are aspects and ideas and concepts we are able to verify independently, what are pure beliefs and speculations, what is the composition of truth mixed with alterations or outright lies, obfuscation, or forgery that has been presented in these works. Just as another popular example, who actually wrote um, The Kabbalion by three initiates? Now, who the fuck were they actually? What kind of initiation? Why they write it in English in 1913 when apparently the American military still had problems during the time of the Second World War to have them all speak proper English? So what the insert word is going on?
Yeah, very good. I think those are probably more than enough topics to for us to chew on. And I think for me, I would like to try to like hone in on this idea of New Age. People have talked about New Age and New Age this and New Age that. Let's try to refine that idea a little bit and try to define what it means to be New Age. David, do you have anything that you want to add to this?
Yeah. So I don't have the complete New Age 5 minute speak breakdown right now ready, but what Raphael just mentioned that resonated with me and reminded me of the oracles that we heard of were in the ancient times. You know, notwithstanding if that's true or not, but it's an interesting part of lore. So the oracles were women with long hair, basically, right? And we know even in more modern times, we heard about the real ladies, that the real society, who was adjacent to the Thule Society and the Third Reich and the Nazis, they were using to get information from, um, uh, well, outside, let's say. And so they had long hair, and the ladies, the oracles, were also just beautiful women, virgins, or women who were brought up and trained in specific ways, and they had long hairs as receivers. And we also know that the shamanic traditions all around the world, they sometimes had training procedures of creating new shamans or new oracles by keeping people sometimes for years in darkness to heighten their sensibilities of their, you know, mental receptiveness and dream and vision receptiveness. So as a whole tradition all around the world of receiving information from the outside, let's say. Um, and then what is curious that in our modern times, we mostly have male channelers, which are oracles, right? And in ancient times, those were all females. Like you never hear about male oracles in the past. You just never hear about it. While you have male shamans, but they are more, well, I'm not completely into that. I just, as an outsider, my impression is the shamans are more actively working with something and the oracles are more passively receiving information. I could be wrong, right? That's just my impression. And another interesting aspect, and then I'll pass it on, is that the word oracle really means orak, El, which means the mouth of the El. And the El are the Elohim, which are the high ones from inside the mountain, and are basically the outsiders spoken of in the ancient texts that later became the Abrahamic scriptures, so the Sumerian text, right, the Elohim. And so Orak El could, some scholars have said, again, disclaimer, could all be just hogwash according to David Young Jr. I'm just kind of saying this is lore that exists, whether it be true or not. So Oragel could be said, according to some scholars, that it is basically the conduit of the chain of control between some outsider beings and the administrative structure here on Earth, what we call the elites. Again, the L-ites, right? The followers of the L, or the servants of the L, right? The Lite. And so I kind of, that's kind of my mentally where I position this whole oracle channeling topic when I think about that.
Okay, so I think there's a couple directions to go about this. Some of the questions that I would have is that who's being channeled? Who are these entities that is being channeled through these such? I don't care if they're males and or females. It is a kind of an interesting idea about why there are not so many female channelers. But I would say maybe if you search enough, there you could probably find a lot of individuals who are claiming that they are channeling. One of the more famous ones, at least for me, is Jane Roberts, who channeled the Seth material, right? And that was back in the 80s during that time. And that's like huge. The Seth material is pretty big, you know. And then one of the things that I do want to kind of hone in on is this topic of New Age. You know, people talk about like people who identify themselves as like Christian, and they look at the New Age as something really bad. You know, I've dabbled with Theosophy. You know, I dabbled with you know, Madame Blavatsky, and I've, you know, looked into ISIS Unveiled and the Secret Doctrine and stuff like this, and I was quite into it. And with the whole Vedic tradition and India and the Sanskrit and stuff like this, but I'm becoming disillusioned myself with all of that though too. So go ahead,
And
Raphael.
also, maybe to break a lance, or however they say, for anyone who's ever into this, of course, me just the same. And what I almost want to say is, once you realize, let's say, the basics of whatever Federal Reserve or anything, you realize all the stuff that is corrupted, then or materialistic, especially in the West, then naturally one would look towards spiritualist sources, I would say at least. And I almost want to say as an, how would you say, it's not alibi, it's not a crime, hopefully, and also not as an excuse, but as an explanation. I want to say, well, what else is there? You see what I'm saying? So what else could you turn to? And in this sense, it's also set up in a pretty smart way, of course, because the controllers are not that dumb. So they realize, okay, we're going to put forward this, not even dog food standard system for everyone to eat up. Of course, many people are not going to want to touch it or will be very quickly fed up. While over here, we have the shiny thing with a few interesting and strange symbolisms and obscure wordings, and maybe even some logic, or at least opening up some other field of imagination and speculation, or whatever it could be, potentially also even including and probably having to include some things that actually do make sense and that do have some practical application or something there. So yeah, that's what I want to say first. That is also perfectly understandable as to why people would engage in it, because there's what else is there. And the other question is there, as we have discussed before, what would be, except the Quran, maybe, as we discussed there, what would actually be a really different source material, or real material that actually comes from a different source, if we understand most everything in the West has been engineered by the same power group. So having said that, I'll let you guys talk.
Yeah, David, do you want to add on to that?
Yeah, for sure. I just want to completely. No, I'll be nice. So I think this is touching on the topic of the cult of the expert. And also when it comes to children, what we call adultism, where basically the children are assumed to be unfinished, stupid adults, and the adults are like the experts. So we grow up in a system that belittles us and is condescending towards us and does not acknowledge the things we come here with. And then we grow into a society where then the next level up, like when we're then finally adults and we think now we can be ourselves, we realize no, we're in this fucked up society where then the next gods that are unreachable and that can never be uh, that can never be said to be wrong are then the experts. So we live in a cult of an experts from when we are small. We come to this world, we have our parents, and we suffer under their tyranny usually because that's indoctrinated into them from society. And then we grow up, we live under experts. And in the spiritual scene, in this new age, new cage, is not different because it is also an external hierarchy. It is saying that to learn about the deepest truths of this experience, we have to turn outside. And I think that is complete bullshit. Now, Raphael said it can be used to get our imagination in resonance. And I think that's very legitimate. But I don't think it's the best way to do that. You can just go in nature, sit under a tree, and listen to music or whatever, and get your imagination going. I think it's actually more likely for it to become a trap for most people coming out of a system of the cult of the expert, of adultism, that they just end up another follower. And it does not help people at all to be in the spiritual area when it is just completely structured like the rest of the cult of the expert society. You go there, you listen to some guy, and then it's on you to believe it or not, right? But you're not actually given any tools or any guidance or any example of how to build your own bullshit detector, your own meter, your own mechanism, your own skill to even discern what he's saying. You're not even supposed to question what he's saying. I mean, Raphael, I know you do that, and you always say, yes, you have to take everything for bullshit and just look for the gold nuggets in it and just listen to everything, and it's on you to discern. I understand that. I'm just saying most people are not coming from that. Most people coming from a cult of the expert society, and they just move from one cult to the next cult because they think now I'm in a better cult, right? Oh, let's go to Bashar, or let's go to Jane Roberts, or let's go to Blavatsky or to Steiner, right? I've been growing up in the Steiner school. And I'm telling you, in 2024, the Steiner School is a terrible cult. Or they vaccinate. Sorry, they vaccinate. They transinate. They do all the shit. Probably didn't start that
Yeah.
way with old Rudolph, right? But I'm just saying people are prone to that, and if there's no awareness of these internal processes, that we have this master-slave dynamic in us, and then we kind of tend to always drift towards being a slave because we grew up in this master-slave society. I think the most important part before we interact with these external channeling things is first we have to find a way to discern information in ourselves or strengthen ourselves, like build that foundation, and then we can become like Raphael and look at everything and just pick out the raisins of out of the cake. That's kind of my take on it.
Yes, I agree with you, and I kind of skipped over that part, let's say, also because my own studies into this have been, let's say, limited. I dealt quite a lot with tarot, and I still have even quite some active memory banks on all these correlations, and I would say they do have, at least for contemplation and self-reflection, definitely have a purpose. Tarot has a purpose, and at the very least, again, as a tool for self-reflection. However, and also the, let's say, main quote unquote study or information gathering I did in terms of this realm of knowledge was mainly with Brian Lahr, with whom I did, I think, 40 shows or something. And he's basically part of an, how should I say, I'll just call it in a neutral sense, independent study group where they learn about these things. But there, this much I can say, it's a small group. There is no monetary exchange. There technically is a teacher, but there people actually are learning what would be called physical effects. So this means the basic thing, which is easy to share, is, having a metal rod and being able then to spin it with your mind or with your chi or with your magnetism. Yeah. So why I'm just bringing this up, it's because this would be an example where at the very least then there would be, even if this is really not what it's about, but there would be a transferable skill, let's say, yeah. And also, at least in that structure, it's not built on 50 levels of hierarchy or something. However, of course, you are perfectly correct. Whether, even if it was partially or wholly invented, the original theosophy or the current variants of theosophy and anthroposophy, even in Germany, I can tell you one example. There is apparently the Rudolf Steiner Society, and then you have, whom you may know, David, you have Axel Burkhardt, who has his own institute or a learning facility for, I'm not sure how he calls it right now, anthroposophy or whatever. And he was then banned from being able to use the word Rudolf Steiner, even though he's one of the most known teacher for that area, just because they have an ideological split. So I just want to point out, even here between these factions, you already have some that are maybe waking up a little bit, or maybe at least want to relay the information in a different way. But in terms of the basic psychology, of course, you're perfectly correct. If individuals have not, in whatever way, shape, or form, found some sort of foundation and self ability to self-align or to discern their own truth in some way, shape, or form, of course, all that they would be doing then is become disillusioned with one cult and then join the other cult, which may look nicer, but may even be much worse, as we know with so many, whether it's fake, quote unquote, or exploitative gurus in India, whether it's exploitative pseudo ayahuasca shamans in South America, whether it's exploitative university system in the West, and we could have an infinite list because that's what the world is built on right now. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And so let me just chime in real quick because like I've been on a search for a long time for like teachers or anybody material and stuff, and there's a lot of crap out there, as we all can agree. There's a and there's a fine line between a religion and cult. Religion is just a very I would say basically what religion is a successful cult in a way. It's like they made it. They got it to a point where it's big enough where they will recycle people in and out. And cult is like flourishing. They're ready to make a mark, and there's a niche market, you can say, for anybody. And so-called like babas and gurus and you name it, over here, sadhus, these are all titles, and they look the part. I met hundreds of them, and they will say something like profound because they memorized something that they saw in Sanskrit or whatnot, but like at the very end of the day, 99.9% of them are fake. And the reason why I say that is that they want the old rupee or dollar or whatever. It's just that their own grift. If as long as you believe them, great. And then you don't believe them, well, they go on to the next customer. They're providing a service, according to their point of view. But does that mean that no genuine spiritual teachers don't exist at all? I don't think so. I think they do exist, but you're not going to be finding them, like on the internet, advertising in Rishikesh at some kind of ashram here and there. They're going to be relatively unknown. But the real question is, how do you get to a point to be able to discern who is authentic and who is not? And that's the main point that I feel like that David is trying to address, is that we're not really taught, we're not really given the tools to operate in this society, because we are only taught how to be older followers. We are only taught to be, going to school, memorize things, regurgitate things, and just follow under the guise of some expert. And then if you're good enough, you'll make up and go up the degrees, and you can become an expert as
Can be a
yourself.
tutor.
And then you can also peddle bullshit on YouTube, on any platform, whatever platform, it doesn't matter. So really the main question becomes, is that how do we harness this ability to discern? And this is what I want for all my audience and all the people who are going to be listening to this podcast, is I want you to decide for yourself. And to me, that's when you start to kind of listen in a little bit more to a genuine individual, is that they don't force or be dogmatic. They say, hey, hear what I'm saying. Is what I'm saying making sense at all? Is what I'm saying, something that you resonate with? But if you don't understand, don't pretend that you understand that information. So, what do you think, David? Do you have any thoughts on what I just said here?
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's very true. Traditionally, what was okay, so let me zoom out, take a step back. So there's two things that made people gave people the ability to discern, basically to be able to navigate their life experience. Traditionally, that was one, on the basic level, the initiation ritual into adulthood, which everyone would pass and no one would die from, right? It was like made to be at that level of intensity that everyone would pass. But maybe if people were particularly good in the skills that it was testing, then they would get more notoriety in their tribe. They would come back with an impressive name because they did an impressive feat, and they would gain more respect, right? That's kind of the stories of the native Indians, and every tribe, every culture has these kind of adulthood transition rituals, and they in itself were like a kind of a initiation ritual that was almost like a hero's journey. You go into the darkness, you meet yourself, you face your shadows and your demons as a young adult, right, as a teenager, and you come back a man, because you look death in the eye in some shape or form, either metaphorically or real, depending on where you were, right? The Spartans probably had a harsher ritual than let's say, I don't know, I don't want to shit on anyone, and I'm not an expert in that, but I'm just saying in general, right? We can understand there's been different levels in different cultures. Now, this is the baseline initiation ritual, and then you had specialized initiation rituals. For example, maybe you wanted to become a hunter or a tracker or a shaman or a secret society member or a priest or a magician, right? Whatever. So these were very specifically gated based on some of skills, some with money, some even with fate. Maybe this one shaman would just take another student if he saw him in a dream. And if he never saw someone in his dream, well, he never took another student, right? Could happen. So Anyway, like my point is, initiation rituals were always traditionally the way to build as some kind of foundation to know yourself by putting people face to face with, you know, the darker aspects of this experience, like what we call death or fear or whatever. And when they overcome that, they come back a changed person, and now they have a little bit of a bullshit detector foundation in them, and they can build on that during the rest of their life experience. So it's like giving them a baseline piece, and they can either choose to build on that or they just stay and use that, right? But at least they have something. Now in our society, or like in Western society, we have completely abandoned that. There is none whatsoever like that, but there's just surrogates for that. So there's like school, which is meaningless in that aspect. You know, you don't gain any skills like that when you graduate. There's like reaching the legal age, which is again meaningless in that respect, or even if you're 14, or that doesn't teach you anything. It's just like the clock ticks, and now you're 1 year old, and you're supposed to be an adult now with 18 or with 21. Now you can buy alcohol, you can go to war and get killed for the government. So it doesn't make you an adult, right? It's just stupid. Or it's like in sports, you move from the youth league to the adult league, right? Again, it's meaningless. It's just a simulation of something that had meaning before, a functionally important tradition. So we don't have these anymore in our society, and that is, I think, because of that is why our society is falling apart in that aspect.
Raphael?
Well, yeah, basically agreed. At the same time, just as we're on the trip of questioning everything, and I don't want to sidetrack, so on, or not too much. So I agree with you, but since you brought up the example, okay, well, Greek example, maybe a bad one. Let's Native American. Even here, as I may have mentioned on a previous show, is to the degree that I was able to speak with supposed elders or heard anything from friends of mine that were visiting elders in South America or wherever, while it seems that they do still have these rituals and they are still connected to nature, so there's something to learn from them. What is so suspicious to me, since we're also doing all this history research, is that none of them, or few of them, or whatever, seem to have a knowledge from the past, let's say. Yeah. So even here, I just want to say I would love to know how long are these traditions, have they really been going on? Maybe it's impossible to tell because they haven't written it down or something. Maybe that's also a sidetracking thing. But anyhow, the main point you're saying stands, that there is basically no initiation rituals. Someone said maybe that's where the hazing comes from in college. Well, most likely. Or what some people like to do in the entertainment industry as an initiation into the $200 million club or whatever it is. But obviously, these are, if anything, either meaningless and made to be completely ineffective, or they are complete inversions of what they are actually supposed to be doing in terms of building up an individual rather than completely shattering whatever remains of their individuality, to put it in an abstract sense.
Yeah, so we're kind of like going in different direction at the moment, and I guess a couple things to address is that what does it mean to be a genuine mature adult is one of the questions that comes up to my mind. And because like we have adult bodies like at 18, or like where is maturity in terms of biology, right? Like you can start producing children at 15, 16, or 17 though too, right? So does that make one mature, as an example? Not necessarily. So we have different um, definitions of what it means to be mature. That's one thing, and that's one of the things that David was kind of bringing up in terms of like, hey, like just because you can go to war and die for your country or buy alcohol doesn't actually mean that you're an adult, as an example. And I would say definitely not. I mean, I don't think myself as like quote unquote actually took accountability until I was in my 30s, and I'm not proud of it. I'm not really proud of that figure, and I would say that I wish I was more of an adult, like when I was in my 20s. But I was just going ham. I was just going wild in my 20s because I had a little bit of money and I had a little bit of time and I wanted to do what I wanted to do. And I didn't take as much accountability when I was younger. And I think that's kind of the case with a lot of other people. And another thing that I kind of want to talk about, well, one more thing is that again, in my personal opinion about like the new age, that is actually quite similar to a lot of the other, some of the religions, not maybe a lot of the other, but some of the religions in, especially in Hinduism, this idea of yoga, right? Yog means union, right? Yog means union. And so, one of the pathways or moksha, liberation, is the idea that one can become God here. And I think that's where the similarity is with the New Age. With the New Age, there's a lot like this kind of a mantra is like, I am God, I am God, I can become God, and such, and then there's another idea, and I'm not here to offend anybody, but like I think we have to address it. I want to kind of address it though too, is that in Christianity, Jesus was God, right? And in Hinduism also Krishna was God, right? And then even in Buddhism, some people say, hey, Vishnu is a god, and then Vishnu reincarnated as an avatara as Buddha. So Buddha was in a way God. So this idea that God has incarnated onto the earthly plane to lead mankind, and then you yourself can become God in that same light. And this is something that I think David Ewing Jr. has a contention with, and this is where Islam start to delineate or separate themselves and say, no, you can never become God because God is the creator, and then we should be subservient to God. So what is the fine idea with these? Who wants to go first on this? Oh, this I know I put a lot of topics out there, but go ahead.
All right. Can I go, Raphael? Thanks. So at the second part, so there's the whole question of what is God, and then we have to talk about what is that before we can talk about Jesus being God or Vishnu or Krishna being God, right? I can try to delineate how I understand it. So I looked into the work of Mauro Biglino and Paul Wallace, who looked into Paul Wallace is a pastor of 30 years or so from Australia, and Mauro Biglino was an official Vatican translator. He was doing side-by-side translations of Sumerian text and ancient Aramaic, Greek, and all that into English, like Bible. Like he was an authorized Vatican translator. So they come together and they did this work called, they did a whole DVD series about there's no God in the Bible, which is, of course, very controversial. So they were digging up the very, very old, again, David Ewing Jr. disclaimer, right? I'm basically just talking about lore that is out there if you dig, not saying it is true. But in that body of work, you have this controversy, you have this issue where in all the English Bibles, you always find just God, the Lord, and the Father, and the Creator, and His glory, and His jubilance, and all these words, right? And you think, oh, His glory and His jubilance, they're probably talking about the Holy Spirit, and the Lord is probably God, and Father is probably God, right? So you just kind of rationalize it as all being either God or the Holy Spirit, because the church told you there's God, there's the Holy Spirit, and there's Jesus. Obviously, must be true. So you come into this kind of preformed premises, and then you read all these words all over the place, and you just rationalize them to all be God or some of these other two. So, well, they looked into the sources and they looked at, okay, what actually is in the original sources, what word was used for glory, for Lord, for Father, for God, for all these words, right? They go into it. And they realize, oh, these words that were in the originals, they mean something else, right? They mean basically something like a vehicle that smokes, for ruach, which is glory, like translated as glory. Lord and God and Father and all these are mostly translated from Elohim, which are in that language are the high ones from the mountain, right? So it's like, okay, we have a problem here because in the original sources, they talk about carnate beings in the plural. And the English version talks about a supernatural being in the singular. So someone was messing in between the centuries, or, again, David Ewing disclaimer, whatever happened there, someone messed up the lore big time. So we went from having carnate, all-powerful beings that were kind of managing this place and were being very brutal, killed a bunch of people, killed each other, drunk, had sex, killed each other, got sick, did a bunch of stuff that carnal beings do, and treated the humans very badly. Basically, we were their servants, and that's all recorded. And then the Bible kept using these words, but translated them wrongly and turned it into a supernatural, romanticized story of this father figure that is just super nice, except if you don't follow his rules, and then he's just very angry. But he's not real, right? He's just kind of floating about in space. You can't touch him, but he's there for sure. So it's like very weird how that happened. So that is like God now and God then. And with that, we talk about Jesus, becomes even weirder, because we have this whole tradition of, like, in India, with fasting, and in India and the sun, basically eating energy from the sun, or sustaining your body from just taking in energy from the sun. If you're in a climate where you can do that, and there are people who fasted a long time or just living on liquid or just on water, and that whole tradition exists, and that's been in the mystic Christianity and all the monk traditions and all the shaman traditions. They all know about fasting, and they know that doing that gives you access to mystical experiences. And I'm not just saying your brain spazzes out on some chemicals released from fasting. I think you actually do get more insight into what is actually there, and you're just more blocked off when your body is busy digesting. So you just see more that is there, right? I'm not saying you just hallucinate when you fast. I tried it, and I'm pretty sure that is real. Your body does magical things if you know what to do. And this magic is real in the sense that magic is a sufficiently advanced technology that someone who doesn't understand it calls magic, right? So it's not just like hocus pocus, rabbit out of the hat. It's just technology that we don't fully understand. So we call it magic, we call it God, we call it whatever. But we're in this body and we don't know shit about it. So I think it's likely that Jesus was one of these people who knew about the techniques, how to properly tweak this experience to get the most out of it and reconnect to wherever your connection can be at, and what we call God and the Holy Spirit, intuition, or the oversoul, or whatever. Now, metaphorically, I think you could call that he was the Son of God, but only in the sense that everyone who reaches that stage will be the Son of God, because he will realize his actual possible potential is to reconnect to that field, to that whatever it is, and then they're basically the son of that. Then you're like a little child who learns. Now you're reconnected back to the school, to the teacher, or to the father.
Intuition,
right? So I hope I kind of sketched that out. I don't want to go into rambling mode, but that's how I feel about it.
Can
Go
you
ahead, Raphael.
can you tell your question again, just so I can hone in on it, Nudge?
Yeah, so like the the crux of this kind of new age idea again is about, like, hey, you can become God yourself. You just have to put in the effort, and you can have, I mean, what else does it mean, like, if you are in union with God, right? Like, then
Yeah.
you are God, right?
So there is what I also detect somehow there. It always bothered me about at least the Bhagavad Gita as it is, which is the, how is it called, JISCON version, the big Krishna society version, when they also talked about Krishna, supreme personality of Godhead, and so on. And there it almost seemed to me always like, in a strange way, as if they would be inserting Krishna between me or anyone and God or whatever, or they would somehow make God more personal or something like this, because it always says the personality of God, personality, like what personality of God, like never really made sense to me. I'm sure there is ways even within that lore to explain it or frame it differently, that it would maybe even align with our beliefs here, or it's always a matter of perspective, right? No matter what scripture you have. So what I'd like to point out first is what I see here in a sense is that in mainline Christianity, there is a sense of, oh, there is the one Son of God. He sacrificed himself on the cross, which the Quran is also contenting, even very specifically in one surah. Everyone can look this up. This really does exist and is a very clear translation, that they're accusing and saying, no, Jesus didn't die on the cross, so it didn't happen according to the Quran. So anyhow, on the one hand, you have mainline Christianity with some sort of supreme personality of Godhead that you are supposed to submit and bow down to, and that in many different ways you're never able to reach and you're never able to really emulate. That's kind of how they show it, or at least you're not going to be the one to sacrifice yourself on the cross and then therefore atone for all the sins of mankind, or whatever crazy story they're saying. So the one puts you like a far way below whatever else there is. And then on the other hand, you have these certain variants of Christianity. I'm not sure which sects would apply here. Maybe even then, at least with Gnosticism, I'm sure there's some popular ones also where they say, oh, you can become God or you are God or something. And that all the New Age, which is the different side of the spectrum, where it basically proposes, oh, don't worry, you're not so far removed from anything, but either you already are there, or maybe even most often at least saying, well, if you follow our program, then you can reunify with that source, or then you can reconnect to that source. My understanding is, even logically, so this is a Basharian term, no? The idea that the creation is made out of the body of the creator itself. Logically, however, to me, nothing else really makes sense, because if ultimately there is some type of a subtle energy or something, or some type of universal source, then where should anything and everything come from except from that source, including my body, including my existence, including anything I can perceive, if there is an omnipotent, omnipresent baseline energy that we generally tend to call God. So this is how, for me, the dichotomy is resolved in a sense, whereas, and now the definition and terms and understanding of the terms becomes incredibly relevant, because I would now say everyone already is one with the creator, just because there is nothing else but the one creator. However, the question of how I believe my relationship to that or to myself to be, depending on how you say it now, that is a highly individual question. And the real problem then starts if I have some type of a belief system or framework where I start introducing any kind of hierarchy, where either then I believe, oh, I'm such a poor victim, Jesus is so great, or the teacher or the priest or the guru is so awesome. Or on the other hand, where I'm like, oh, I'm following this teaching to become God myself. Now I'm God realized, which quite a few gurus like to claim. And then there is this subtle idea of a different type of superiority, but now I'm not the victim, but now I am the, not maybe creator, but perpetrator, let's say. Now I'm at the top, and I can make up all kinds of reasonings as to why my own or my group's preferences, pleasure, or goals are more relevant than someone else's. I hope I somehow lined it out now, what I see here. Let me know if it makes sense.
David?
You're muted.
Yeah, so I forgot to mention, you just reminded me. So when I sketched that out, I forgot to mention that I do think there is some kind of consciousness or entity or whatever that we usually call God. I just think that some group called God that knows more than the average person and even the above average person, and they got in between that and hijacked that And because they know there are many, many different levels of beings and consciousness between us and that highest consciousness. And they just kind of scammed everyone by saying, you know, these lower people who are still way above you guys, no, actually, they are God and there's nothing above, right? So that's like, I think, what they do with this whole Yahweh and Elohim spiel. I think it's just a total scam to tell people that's it, you know, to put like a glass ceiling and to tell people, yeah, you can connect with these demons, with these you know, angry dudes in the sky who who want to destroy you with a biblical flood if you don't follow their orders. Just to worship them, you know, that's the best you ever get. You poor slave. And they don't want people to realize if you just go fasting and sit under a tree, it'll just come to you that this is not the top of the mountain. But actually, from our perspective, I think top of the mountain is so far away. We can just sit under the tree forever. And I'm not advocating sitting under the tree only and fasting. I kind of mean it in a way to not limit yourself to just listening to what other people tell you and follow other people. But yeah, I definitely think, you know, these whole Elohim cults and this whole God is a guy in the sky who gets angry if you don't follow his orders. That's, I think, a total scam, and I think it has been inserted into our culture by some group, and the actual entity who we can connect with, I think, is somehow in a weird way what people talk about when they mean Jesus. You know, this like benevolent, empowering connection that people get when they say they found Jesus, or it helped them out of a dark place and all of that, right? So I think they're just in some weird way connecting through the dark forest of all the scams to something that's giving them actually more energy. Maybe this Jesus entity is just some kind of higher spirit. I'm not saying it's like the highest, but it definitely seems to be very different in quality from what I can understand than like a Yahweh, right? You look at people who worship the Yahweh, right, and you look at people who worship Jesus. You tell me how their lives are different. So I think it's pretty clear.
I agree with you, and thank you for explaining that again. However, at the same time, of course, obviously, as they like to switch around labels, how many people would say, I accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior, and still go off the deep end with some prosperity gospel or what else it is, which is completely insane. So just pointing that out, that even here, the words do not suffice, and everyone has to read behind what the word actually, the energy it's supposed to represent, to correctly identify it, because anyone could say, oh, now this is how you connect with Jesus. Well, is it really that energy that you've been talking about now, or is it actually something else, or again some priest that says, oh, this is what Jesus actually is like? And because people can't think for themselves, they adopt that model of it, just to point it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to be nice here, right? If we were in private, I would just totally shit on every religion because I don't believe it's actually a thing. I'm just trying to be nice, and that's why I'm saying you can find good things in these religions because there are good people in there who were scammed, and they radiate a certain amount of good intention, and you can connect with them and get through the scam kind of unscathed if you are also of a pure intention. Well, it doesn't mean if you go into the scam with a bad intention, then you get totally scammed, right? But that still means that it's a scam, and it still means that it's set up to scam. It's not set up to uplift people. It's not. It's to keep people in a certain, below a certain glass ceiling, like I explained. That's how I feel. So it's like a quarantine field for your soul, almost, like you could say like that, right? It's like really like a cage. You're not really aware of that your cage, because it feels so comfortable and everyone is affirming and reinforcing their delusion. But it is, because if you go out there, everyone will just hate on you and tell them you're a blasphemist and a heretic and all that. So that already doesn't seem very godlike to me. And if you even read the Old Testament, you will find that there's stuff in there that you wouldn't attribute to an all-loving, all-knowing, all-understanding God, right? It's just not. So whatever happened there, it doesn't seem to me like it's the highest form of consciousness and the highest potential for developing your soul. It just doesn't seem to be like that to me. And the same is true for the Quran. Um, I mean, dude, just read it, right? There's no need to argue about it on the internet. It's just go fucking read it and come back and tell me it's all the highest place where the soul can be. I mean, come on. So I'm just
Well,
trying to be nice
we're
here.
not arguing over here at all, and then obviously we're just trying to make heads or tails out of all these different religions and scriptures and whatnot. But like, really, to me, what it comes down to is that, like, some people might argue is like, who are you to say that God would or would not do this? Maybe it's God testing you, or I don't. I mean, I'm just like throwing some
Right.
devil's advocate arguments out there, and this idea that like, the Quran is inspired by something divine, and who are we to be questioning that and all this kind of stuff. I'm here to question everything, of course, and then we have to come to our own discernment as such. But really, like, that's a process. It's a process to know what is true and what is not true, right? And then what is God and what is not God. Because when you say things like that, like, well, that has no attributes of God. There's no love there or something like this. But on another way to look, because, like, let's just take a look at this idea of, like, non-duality as an example, right? Like, so in non-duality, all is God, right? God is the only source of it all. And then but here, in this so-called duality and existence, there seems to be existence of jinns and demons and devils. So who created them? Where did they come from? Do you even accept the fact that they are, as an example? If so, then we have these words like positive and negative. We have these words of polarity, good and bad, et cetera, right? So you get to decide what is good and bad. You get to decide what is positive, what is negative. So with that, are we going to attribute all positive things to God, right? And then on the other hand, all negative things goes to the devil. When in fact, the devil himself is a creation of God. So how does it make sense? Right? It's paradoxical that way. You guys understand what I'm talking about here? Are you guys, yeah? Okay, Raphael, would you like to respond?
You're muted, Raphael. You
Raphael,
killed
you're
your mic.
muted.
I think you pulled your plug out of the mic. It went silent and then it went just a white noise.
You're not muted on the stream, but we can't hear you.
I
Okay, we'll
think
give you some time to figure it out. All right, David, would you like to respond to what I just said?
yeah, so I overheard two people on a hippie party and they were saying, "Oh, recently I got really far with not having desire." And the other guy said, "Yeah, recently I'm getting really good at not judging." And I thought, bro, the desire to have no desire is a desire, first of all, and second of all, to judging is judging. So what the fuck you guys on? But anyway, I just sat there and just kind of thought I'm in the wrong
Well,
place. I didn't say anything to them, but you get the idea, right? This is like this
yeah,
street
I hear you.
level non-duality that is just like giving away, in my mind anyways, like giving away the responsibility for your action and just saying it's like moral relativism, like, nothing else matters. If I think it's good, it's probably
Okay.
good. Right? It's like the street level understanding of the new age of the all is one, that oneness. It's like there before it kind of spirituality, right? Oneness and nothingness. But is it really, or is it just an infantilization of your life experience and just trying to dissociate from the consequences of your actions? I mean, they are, and you can clearly say something was good or something was bad. If you just take a step back and look at your life, you will see what was fruitful and what was destructive, disruptive. Maybe not for you, but maybe for others. So it's like not hard to actually see what's good and evil. It's just hard to accept your part in it, I would say, right? And that takes strength and humility. And I know I'm just saying, for myself, that's something you have to over time. You learn, you grow into, and you realize, oh, I was actually being an asshole back then. I can see that now, because now I've been on the other side of the stick. Now I was the victim in that situation, and now realize I was abusing someone. I didn't even know back then, right? I didn't have the context. So you kind of, through being on the one side, on the other side of situations, and you switch through life, you gain more of the perspective and the context to understand more of the moral implications of, right? But does that mean it doesn't exist? Does that mean it's just purely in your experience? I don't think so. I think you just learn about it over time, and it actually does exist. It's like it's a template that exists. It's just we start life not knowing anything about it, and if we're lucky, our parents will model an understanding about it, and we can learn from that. If we're unlucky, we'll just learn about it in our 30s and 40s, and if we're completely disinterested in it, we'll just never learn about it, and actively go out of our way to look into it and to interact with people who might teach us about it, or just even learn from observing people modeling that kind of behavior, right? That's how I see that, just in the widest brush I can paint.
Yeah, so, let's kind of address a couple things, like this idea about, like, well, I have no desire or something like that. I don't know why people feel the need to speak that out. Like, at least with the people that I have spoken with, like, they would say, like, just keep it, close. You don't need to advertise it to the whole world that, I have no desire. I don't judge anybody in the world. Like, it's like, if that's true, I mean, just, let your actions, let your conduct display that without having to advertise to each other's, like, oh, I'm at a point where I don't judge people. Well, it's nonsensical to me, because, like, and again, like, people kind of get a little bit pedantic, I would say, when they use the word judgment and discernment. People prefer to use the word discern because it has, like, a process that's involved, but to judge has, like, finality to that. So people are like, well, who are you to judge me and be the judge of my character? Because then you're putting a final stamp on me being an asshole, and I'm not going to be branded an asshole for the rest of my life, as an example. So I'm a work in progress. But, like, I might have done asshole things, and I should be called out for those things, but that doesn't make me an asshole for the entirety of my life, as an example. But really, what it comes down to is that we have to judge, we have to discern. I mean, otherwise, like, what are you here for? But as
And
an
desire.
example, though, like, you know but here's another thing, though, like, this is the way I kind of think about it, is that you feel cold. You feel hot. So and that coldness and hotness is going to be different for every individual. Yeah. So you are the conduit, or the medium in which the cold is felt or the hot is felt. Right. Raphael, are you back with us? Can you
One,
test your
two, three.
audio?
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Good.
You're good. So let me just finish my thought before you give the mic back to you. So, like you are at that balance point between hot and cold. You are at that balance between good and bad, as an example, because you're the one who is discerning, what is good and what is bad. Yes, like this idea of moral relativism, I have a problem with it. We all have a problem with it. But again, that balance point is going to be a little bit different for each individual, though, too. So we got to give a little bit of room for people, because, like, yes, I think there is something to be said about having a standard, right? But we're not robots either. We're all very different and individualistic in that sense, and we cannot abide by the same standard, like universally speaking, even though we may try to be quote unquote perfect, but we may fall short a little bit. I don't know if that made sense or not, but go ahead, Raphael.
Okay, so let me know what you would like me to respond to, and what I'll do first is I think I managed to condense the essay I did just earlier into 2 sentences, more or less. So when I was laying out these religions and the issues with the cultism and why most organized religions or even groups or even secret societies are potentially not ultimately furthering human consciousness, is very simple. So you have 2 groups. One makes you believe you're insignificant, therefore you don't revolt and willingly submit to whatever authority. And the other one is to make you believe you are better than your fellow human beings. This makes you accomplice in oppressing revolt and domineering your fellow humans, even though, of course, you're merely the managerial class for those that actually run the show, and who knows whether they're controlled by genes or whatever. But yeah, these are basically the two sectors I see where most of these quote unquote religions, cults, and so on fall into, and they keep you in the loop and they make you complicit in the system, therefore either accepting a perpetrator attitude or a victim attitude, whereas we understand we need to at least get to the observer and beyond to be effective at all, and to exit from the game that's obviously been set up for us to remain stuck in a sense. Yeah, or we could say maybe that's the big challenge, to understand that game and become unstuck out of it, just because it's so incredibly interesting to do, which is one of the models I like, just to see it as a puzzle, let's say. So I haven't been following what you've been saying the past 5 or 10 minutes, so kindly, if you bring me up to speed, I can catch up.
We were,
Uh,
yeah, go ahead. You're
Go ahead, David. No, David, you go ahead.
well, I kind of try to capture this whole thread with the popular notion in hippie and spiritual circles of trying to have no desire and trying not to judge, right? While not being aware of the fact that having no desire is a desire, and trying not to judge is a judgment. And then we took it from there, and Nachiketa went into that, into the whole thread, when kind of explaining that having desire is a natural thing, judging is a natural thing, discernment is a necessity. It basically means judging, right? Not being mean about it, but judging nonetheless. It just means you are testing your environment's parameters, and depending on the feedback you get, you will move accordingly in the future time, right? So it's like a child starts learning to walk, will fall on its face, have a bloody nose, but it keeps going until they can walk on 2 legs. And until they get there, they might, crawl, or just, seen these videos, these baby memes, where the baby is like with his face on the floor and just walking with the legs and kind of like sliding with the face, and the legs are working. It looks ridiculous, right? But the baby is just developing a method for transportation, and going from just sitting on your ass to walking on 2 legs. Everyone takes a different path, and it might look absolutely ridiculous, but it is legitimate, because it's just part of a transition. You're actually just trying to get to a new milestone, a plateau of your ability, and while you do it, you just try anything. And that might look judgmental or whatever. And I think as long as we're cognizant of the fact that, and I'm very bad at that, I'd be the first to admit, cognizant of the fact that we're all kind of a work in progress, that what Nachiketa also touched on, that we can be, we're fine, especially so how I try to do that. Like, I'm super naive, right? You show me something new, I just jump into it, super excited. Yes, let's fucking go. And then, but I reserve the right to then 2 weeks later completely shit on it and just move on. that's like my mode. It just allows me to exit any scam that I get caught up in, but also allows me to have a very low friction of entry into any interesting thing. Now, I of course understand people do that in different ways. Some people choose one thing and stay with it for life. Some people never commit to anything. We all have different ways to deal with that, right? But like when we're talking about cults and religion, it's basically an idea that you commit to. And as long as you reserve the right to exit it without feeling ashamed or without feeling bad about it, I think I don't see nothing fundamentally wrong with it.
Well, I mean, I guess that's part of the discussion here is that we do have our own sense of what is right and wrong, and then when we talk about cult has a negative connotation. Let's just be real. Like when we talk about cults, we're talking about like people drinking Kool-Aid and potentially like being a part of a mass suicide or whatever. All kinds of really weird stuff that happens with cult, and you can say maybe the underground religions of Luciferianism or Satanism is a form of cult, right? This Freemasonry is a form of cult, right? It's kind of like a system that you can like get involved in, and you can level up, depending on how intelligent you are and how well you follow orders, et cetera, et cetera.
How
And there are
useful.
benefits. There are benefits to be a part of a cult, like if you got accepted as a Freemason, as an example, you don't have to worry about work. You got brotherhoods all over the world. You don't have to worry about finance. You have political pull on things, right? Some cults are bigger and have bigger influences. Like here in India, certainly you can say there are many different types of cults, and there are benefits to be a part of cult. And then when you level up and become the second or third man, it's like you're in a gang, and then people adore you. People like adoration, whether we want to admit that or not. People like to be felt like they are better than somebody else. Like that's where the hierarchy does come in. But is there or is there not true hierarchy in terms of spirituality? And I dare say there probably is. Like I would put Jesus, if he actually existed, which I believe that he did, I would put him above me, as an example. I would put Muhammad above me. I put a lot of people throughout history whom we venerate, and say, oh my gosh, these guys. And yeah, like, I am somewhere in the middle, perhaps, like, but is there or is there not any kind of a hierarchy at all in spirituality? I would say there is, you know but maybe it's just like a flat thing. I don't know, but like at least the way I look at it, there has to be some kind of a development thing. Now, is that subjective? Is there an objective way to define that? I'm not sure. That's the question. Like subjectively speaking, I would say like there is like people who are more advanced. Like I look at my friend here, a Ukrainian guy who escaped communism, came to India 25 years ago, became a monk for 10 years, like learned Sanskrit, had a guru, was part of the whole Vaishnavana, and he had such strong discipline, one of the strongest disciplines that I have ever really experienced in my personal life, right? And he helped me to develop discipline as well, as an example. And so I put that into like a value system. Like I value that. I value somebody who is a man of their word, as an example. I value somebody who only speaks what is when it's necessary. These type of things is something that has been, let's say, impressioned upon me, where I start to follow through, as an example. But it took a while for me to start to understand why those things are of value, and to become like that, right? So that's just my personal journey myself. What do you guys think about?
So first, I just briefly respond because you made it seem, oh, when you join Masonry and you get accepted, then you're set. From the little tiny bit of peripheral information I have, this is unfortunately not necessarily the case. So as also David Ewing Jr. likes to remind us always, it's like, it's a business. And well, of course, I mean, probably there are certain levels of the order, most certainly, where if you enter there, you actually are set. But then, of course, there's the base level where even just recently I had heard, interestingly enough, in Germany, you maybe even only pay 10 euros a month or something because, they're all set up as organizations, Freemasonry as an example. In Austria, apparently you have to pay 100 euro, and then you have to get kinds of gloves and these things and all of that. And so it definitely also has a financial component to it. And only because you buy in does not necessarily mean that you will actually come out of top within that system. So that's just as a caveat here. You were talking about the true hierarchy in consciousness. Maybe it is the way you described, in terms of at least the subjective view on it will be a subjective valuation. So just like you said, if I value discipline or I value compassion, then those role models, I will see them as at least aspirational for my own development in these certain qualities. Although I'd also have to say, unfortunately, most of individuals that seem to espouse these qualities that are available on the world stage, if you look closer, unfortunately, too often it completely falls apart. So maybe also keep this on a ideally with people you actually know and where you've looked inside the kitchen of the shaman and so on, because also there things can happen that maybe you didn't know. There's all kinds of stories I've heard which are completely insane and you wouldn't expect or wouldn't hope this would happen. And then in terms of the actual hierarchy, this is now only my model in terms of energy and information. I would claim that any higher consciousness, any degree higher than any other consciousness, would naturally not attempt to control, domineer, or anything else that lower consciousness. Because if it is higher, it has access to more information, more intuition, and more energy, and therefore would be less motivated to in any way, shape, or form siphon off of a lower consciousness energy form. And maybe there is a split. There are models, for example, in the channeled material for Law of One, which I generally find is one of the most interesting ones. I actually read all of the books. Also here, many caveats, of course, but quite a few interesting models. And here it would say that the negative polarity actually proceeds up to a certain level. I could imagine that, but still it would remain that ultimately, from a certain level of awareness, if you are aware, how should I say that there is energy is everywhere and all of these things, why would you need a slave? Why would you need to control or abuse a lower being? Just like now, if I'm saying I understand how to live or how to eat, let's say, I will not need to at least abuse an animal in order to sustain my own life. Let's just take this as an example. I will find other ways. We can talk about consciousness of plants or whatever, but I will find many other ways that at least I will not unnecessarily increase suffering if I'm aware of that. Yeah. So following through with that logic, it would mean to me that a higher level consciousness would not set up any type of cult where it's siphoning off of its followers or something like that. Whether that be a metaphysical thing or whether it's just a guru in front or whether it's just a priest in the front that's holding up the bag for you to toss your coin in and tells you some stories. Yeah. So again, anyone with an actual higher consciousness, I would say, would always do their very best, and that's a hard thing in itself, to liberate other consciousness, and if anything, raise them to his or her own level and higher if possible. At least that's always been my view or approach to the whole game, as long as we say there is an actual way to progress on that ladder.
Yeah, David, would you like to respond? And then after David, we'll take a 5-minute break, everybody.
Yeah, so I'd like to repeat that what you said. That's very important. I think that's basically the essence of this topic. If you are in any shape or form positioning yourself as a teacher or a guru or a leader, you can be one of two things. You can be a teacher, which, well, you can be a guru or a master or whatever. You either create students or followers. If you create followers, that's the typical situation where you create a glass ceiling and no one can actually ever achieve what you have achieved, and you try to keep people in a holding pattern to not be able to progress to your level, and not even to speak about past you, but they can't even get. So you will constantly gaslight and manipulate their journey so they will never reach where you are, because that's just what you are. So if you're a true teacher, then your goal and intention will be for everyone coming to you to surpass you, because you realize you are the giant that whose shoulders they're standing on, and by coming to you, that's what they're trying to do. They want to work with you for you to pass on your progress to them, and as a team progress all of humanity further, right? It's a team effort. So that's like the dynamic of a student teacher in honesty and in the real version. And then you have the fake, the perverted version. We have the master and the slave dynamic of a guru and a follower. But now to your point of why does that even exist? Why would that even be a thing? Well, why do we need that? I don't know, but my hunch is, if you look into nature, you have into animal and plant kingdom, you have a very peculiar two parts. You have the things that grow and that build, and you have the parts that deconstruct and destroy. So you have, for example, mushrooms who decompose. You have bacteria who decompose. Virus don't exist, right? But you have like then you have so you have the death part and the life part. But it's like if you're looking at the garden, the compost is as important as the pumpkins of the pumpkin patch. One is to decompose to create new raw elements for the next cycle to grow, and one is taking the raw elements to build complex things out of the raw elements. And then into the next cycle you have, so basically a summer winter cycle, right? A life and death cycle, right? Very simple. So I think the whole true spirituality and false spirituality is just a way of catching those that kind of went off the bad path and recycling them to break them down into their well, I'm just talking very speculative now, of course. I hope you realize I'm not saying any specifics.
I
But
just want to
that's
say
my
one
impression
sentence
of,
because this is such an interesting idea, and I don't want to drag it on. We can go to break. Just this decomposition idea, because then it enters into the realm where some people say, yeah, if you don't find the right path in this life, basically, yeah, your soul will be destroyed or decomposed, which I don't subscribe to, but I'd like that maybe we can talk about it a bit further later. But yeah, this model at least is something observable in nature, as you say, and yeah, everything has a function at the very least. You muted now.
All right, let's take a let's take a break. So we'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back, everybody. All right, we are back with us. Thank you very much, David, for sharing the music for today. He's the DJ for the music that's being shared. Thank you very much for that. And then Thomas Kurdzapa, who's been asking this question about your last video, Raphael. But I don't want to like go into it too much, but he just wanted to ask this question about like, his thoughts on Zohar and its significance. But, if you have, a few minutes that you want to just address that real quick, and then we can continue on with our conversation.
Yeah, actually, it's good that you bring this in because we're talking about cults. And just to be perfectly clear, so the side of this cultish behavior, or as I would say, delusional thinking, is this entire idea that you can, well, I'm not even sure about becoming God, but that there are certain individuals on this planet, and according to David Ewing Jr., or simply according to some of these Kabbalistic texts, including the Zohar, as I understand, that those individuals simply do believe they are superior. And because they believe that, this is how we can reason and understand where there is this completely, from a general point of view, insane, non-compassionate behavior and all of that even in existence, because certain individuals, for whatever reasons, simply do believe they are superior beings and act accordingly, and also don't see life as sacred and having a value in itself. So yeah, just to throw that out there, I think that that's relevant. Yeah, and that's as much as I can even say. I haven't read the Zohar. It's only what I understand that this includes a lot of this lore about yeah, I mean, even in the last interview, going up to the point of quote unquote sleeping with God, you have to check it out for yourself. It's all these fantastical stories, but as we now understand, many of those, if not all of those, have also only been recently created, and most likely simply to further delusion and division. It's I think this is the most simple way that I can describe my limited knowledge about this idea.
Yeah, and let me just say, didn't David say that the Zohar, so far as we know it, has been, replaced, or it may not be the original Zohar as
Right.
well? It might be a creation. Uh, uh, we don't know,
Yes, this, and I just like to point out, even here in German, interestingly enough, there's a term called Seher, which is seer, which is eerily close to Zohar. And as I understand a little bit, I realized about it, this also has to do with magical abilities, seeing, quote unquote, remote viewing, which would be another interesting topic, because here we have many examples of, on the one hand, of course, grifters, scammers, and wrong predictions, but also quite a few examples of accurate predictions, accurate remote viewing abilities. So yeah, this is another one of those fields where we, yeah, hopefully can delineate something somehow at some point.
Okay, so thank you for addressing the question. One of the things that I kind of want to go back to is this ideal about like value, because like people, like for example, like in politics, like people value honesty, people value like straightforwardness, people value. I believe that people value these things. So when we give the appearance of that, oh yes, this is what people want, and I'm gonna like provide you of these like things that you value, but not actually fully follows through. This is what we call a lie or being a hypocrite. Like it's like like okay, you talk about like spirituality, you talk about like being honest and all this kind of stuff, but what is actually happening behind the scenes, this type of deal, right? And my brother here, basically, he was telling me that his guru was teaching him that we're all hypocrites, but you have to choose what kind of hypocrite that you want to be. And the examples that were given to me is that you can be the kind of hypocrite, like the hippie example that David was talking about, is like, oh, I don't judge people, oh, I don't have any desires, and then you are like, like uh uh advertising to the whole world these kind of things, but actually in actuality you do judge, in actuality you do have desires. So what's the point of you going out and speaking about it, right? That would be a one form of hypocrisy. Another form of hypocrisy would be, or could be, is when people say, I'm just a regular Joe, I'm no better than you. I go to work, I put my boots on, I put my pants on the same way as everybody else, but I keep my doors closed, and I do my prayers and I do my thing, but I don't tell anybody about it. And this type of individual might be, quote unquote, more spiritual or more holy than the average, because they don't talk about their um, accomplishments, right? What do you guys think about that? David, I'll let you have the floor
Just to
first. Go ahead.
understand, is he also a hypocrite
Yeah, go
then?
ahead. Yeah, what's that?
Because you said that your friend said everyone's a hypocrite. So just to explain, how is the regular Joe guy also a hypocrite, or not?
Yeah, because the reason why this type of individual is a hypocrite is that he is actually a quite holy and righteous in his, but he doesn't advertise it. So he's giving a false presentation in essence, right? That's a form of hypocrisy. Okay, hypocrisy, of course, it has a negative connotation, but this type of hypocrisy is a good thing. Yeah, I
Is it
mean,
though? But okay, I'll let David talk.
like, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, we can dive into whether it is good thing or not, but go ahead, David.
It's interesting that he would say everyone is a hypocrite. That sounds like to me, it sounds like he means everyone is a work in progress. And most people are not aware of it. So they go out there and tell everyone how great they are and how perfect they are at this point in time, not realizing that tomorrow they will look back and go like, I shouldn't have bragged about that. But anyway, um, right, like children, that sounds that's what it sounds like to me. Like we're all like children growing up, learning and taking steps, and learn to walk. And we look back at yesterday, we realize, wow, I've grown so much. And so when that realization sets in, that it becomes meaningless to brag about where you are at to other people. I mean, you probably celebrate it with yourself. Well, that's like almost an adulthood point of view, I would say, or like a adolescent. If you compare the rest of humanity to kids, and that's a pretty adolescent or even your young adult point of view, and probably have to come quite a ways to see it that way consistently. I'm sure I don't have my light moment, but yeah, that's how I understand it.
So there is one thing I could add to the previous conversation also, because the chat is talking about the whole judgment thing, if you would like me to.
Islam has
Yeah, go
entered the
ahead.
chat as well.
Yes. So there is one differentiation that I like. Again, I originally heard this from Bashar, but I think it's, and at least not entirely wrong. And the idea that one thing would be to have discernment, or to even have something like righteous anger flare up and feeling like, okay, my frequency is really not in resonance with whatever I'm being presented with. And then the judgment idea would be to kind of hold on to that, and hold on to that resentment, and kind of take it with you, even though maybe the situation's already passed or it's already been resolved. So I think there are also here, there's layers to it. And I think there is at least an aspiration to, how should I say, and here we get into semantics as well, so it's difficult to talk about it. What is a differentiation and what is a judgment? I think it has also to do with the emotions that someone holds, and then maybe eventually even realizing that maybe also against someone where it would be in many different ways seen to be righteous to be angry at, or to be, I'm not sure what the proper example would be, but over time you may realize that just while you may still say, okay, I will not support this individual, I will not support this behavior or whatever, I will not engage in it, by simultaneously holding a judgment, I think oftentimes actually energy gets kind of lost or is dissipating. So I think there is also an energy perspective as to why it makes sense to be cautious with judging, or at least with holding on to judgment, not with discerning and not with making a clear choice and saying what you think and acting accordingly, but in terms of like holding resentment. Maybe that's one example I could give.
Yeah, I mean, I think to me it's dependent on situations, but one of the more well-known examples is when Jesus had his moment of, flipping tables and like whipping people, like in the Bible, and people say, "Oh yes, that's righteous indignation," that is righteous anger, and it was perfectly okay for Jesus to be angry and flipping tables and whipping people, and a lot of people, a lot of Christians would agree that that is okay to do so. Like, in terms of martial arts or like self defense, like you have the right to defend yourself. You have the right to, if somebody is coming after you, coming after your loved ones, coming after your family, that's when you can start, putting your hands on somebody, as an example. So, is that righteous anger? Uh, I would say probably. I mean, like if like where's your identity? I'm not at a position where I say, well, I'm one with the whole universe, and whatever happens to me, I don't really care. I'm not in that kind of position myself, but maybe somebody can honestly say that they are in that position, and then whatever happens to them, they really genuinely don't care. I don't know. All I know for myself is that I am identified with this body, and I also care about, the bodily integrity of my loved ones, and if anybody does anything to me or my loved ones, I'm going to do something about it. And I most likely will get very upset and angry. Does it mean that I'm in a good position or right position? I'm not sure, but I just know that that is going to be a part of the situation, I guess. How else to say? you know?
For some reason, this makes me think of the famous, supposedly Bohemian Grove ritual of the cremation of care. So I think again, there's two sides of it. One would be over-identification, maybe with useless ideas like, I don't know, brand names or celebrities or something, where religions, people can fight over. And the other thing would be care for, yeah, in the way you described, which we could then say maybe in some ways it's just a, how would you say, not survivalist, tribalist, in-group preference view. I'm not sure how to delineate that best. or even if we just say we generally want to protect and further life, then I would have righteous anger or a reaction if I would witness someone attacking life, and act accordingly if I could in any way, shape, or form prevent that from happening. And that is also a type of care. So anyhow, somehow this just came into my mind, because certainly within that elite group of individuals, it is about not caring about all kinds of many things that we would all naturally care very much about, and only caring about very specific things like power and I don't know what else, that we generally probably would not nearly value as highly. So anyhow, again, here different aspects of what care could actually mean, and how could even this be weaponized and be like, I don't care about anything. Yeah, that's great, because then the only people left are the psychopaths. They also don't really care and have empathy, but they just care to stay in control. And if there is no other care or concern or anger or just energy in motion in the system, and all that remains is the controller group that gives their input, and the whole body of population is in this highly feminized receptive state. I think with David, we spoke about this at some point. Then, of course, again, it's a easy to control system. So we have to be very careful and, again, discern for ourselves what we do with these supposed ideals, even about caring, as I hopefully exemplified now.
David, do you want to respond?
Yeah. So the care, I heard this definition of care. I'm not sure what that was, some German philosopher. Anyway, he called it like Sorge. In German, it was Sorge, and it just means like care for all things, right? Not in terms of care for a specific person, like the philosophical concept of care. Sorry, I can't remember the name of the guy, but anyway, like there's this philosophical concept of care, which the hippies made it into unconditional love, which it is not, because but there's this concept of care where you just kind of care for, I would say, life itself, but it doesn't mean that you just let everyone walk right over you like this. I think the perversion of that is like the concept of universal love, where you just get automatically victimized and you can never complain about behavior towards yourself. So if you're in these like psycho spiritual, pseudo spiritual circles, you will get a lot of abuse, and then if you don't like it, then they will tell you you should have more universal or unconditional love, right? You need to be more loving and be more. So there's that. Um, and then this whole I'm just seeing in the chat like a lot of like books and, oh, this book is saying that, and that's why we all must do this thing. And I think, well, it's great you have your favorite book, but what does it have to do with me? And who told you that it was written by this magical guy in the sky? And how does that even work? Because it really is just from my point of view, that's appeal to authority fallacy. It's just externalizing your decision making, your discernment, your authority in your life to some old book that some old dude who had power over you in your childhood, and you were in a master slave dynamic with him, told you it's the end all of all experience and knowledge. And now you still believe that as a grown man, and you go around people and tell them they should follow your favorite book. And it has all the truths in it, right? I mean, it's just maybe a good opportunity to examine that, if that does actually make sense. It doesn't matter the book. It doesn't really matter if it's just a science book about quantum sciences, if it's the Quran, if it's the Bible, if it's the Bhagavad Gita. Just on the merit of the concept of this behavior, it would be good to examine that a little bit. How can a book do all these things? And where did this belief start for this specific person? Did it start in the childhood? And in what situation did it start? And who was involved in implanting that belief? Anyway, I get this all the time, like people in my face, hey, you have to believe this book because it's my favorite book, and if you don't, you're a bad person. And I think, well, I don't think that's how reality works. How do you know that's from God anyway?
Well, not just this, and the appeal to authority remains appeal to authority always, or to unverifiable sources. However, also there was another point I wanted to make. Yeah, right. The definitions and interpretations of any given book usually vary greatly. So anyhow, it's not exactly sure what that would mean, you know. People then
I
tend to pick and
wonder
choose in
if we
scripture.
can segue. Yeah, I wonder if we can segue this conversation towards another conversation that I think we've been wanting to have is about this slavery, because like I think they're kind of interconnected, because when we appeal to authority, it's a form of slavery, some might say, right? And then there could be some varying degrees of slavery. So this is a kind of a controversial word, slave, because some people feel like some people may feel like they own this word. Maybe they identify with it a little bit more than other people. I don't know. But I mean, like maybe there are different layers to slavery as well. I think, in my personal opinion, that we are all enslaved at the moment with the money system. Personally speaking, this is I'm just talking from my own personal perspective, but certainly that system of slavery, it does not equal to me being whipped and chained and being forced to work out in the field. But it's like different types of slaveries exist. So I wonder if we can talk about this a little bit. Well, how do you guys feel?
Yeah, it's a good topic to segue into. I felt like going into that before, but then it got so complex I forgot. But yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Please
who
go
wants
ahead.
to start?
I can start here. So first of all, I just want to clear the plate by saying slavery is an age-old practice. It is not exclusive to any culture or any race. Every culture, every tribe, every people have been enslaved in the past. The only significance that we can talk about nowadays is which cultures are still doing it and which cultures have stopped, and then which cultures are still doing it openly and which cultures are doing it in a kind of hidden, underhanded way, right? So we know the term the wage slave, and of course there's still open slavery in places in the world. There's like open there's like human trafficking, there's like sex trafficking, there's child labor. Those are all like the open forms of slavery that still exist, and that only exists in certain cultures, like more or less openly. And then there's this wage slavery and financial slavery, who exists basically everywhere. So when you talk about slave owners nowadays, we can really just look to the people who are profiting at the upper end from these practices. And I don't think it makes any sense to tie that to any race or to any culture or people. Although we could look at which cultures still practice that openly, and we could ask, how the heck does that work? But that's like far away from the traditional Western view of slavery as having only ever in all of history been affecting one group of people and nobody else, which is, I think, kind of ridiculous. Yeah, that's kind of my point on that. Just as an example, the Irish in North America, apparently a lot of them were just shipped as children by the English over there to have cheap labor, and they were literally breeding them over in Ireland and shipping them over as children. They were just stealing the children from the people, shipping them over to build railroads and shit. And they were all pretty darn white. No one's talking about that, right? And that's like the most recent tragic incident, I guess, involving slavery.
Who was that again? Which groups?
Well, the Irish and the English, right? So the English, they exploited and leveraged their position of power over the Irish and just took a lot of children away and shipped them over in ships, right? Of course, and you can look, who owned those ships, who was the middleman and facilitated that. You can look into that. I'm not going to tell. But anyway, suffice it to say, the traditional view of the topic of slavery is very one-sided and probably heavily politicized and instrumentalized to keep people divided, when in reality the topic of slavery should really be uniting. Like, we have all been enslaved, so let's fucking stop it.
Why don't we? I mean, that's the thing, and I think that's part of the discussion that we might have later. But I do question the so-called slaves coming from Africa to America. I mean, like, only reason I do so is that I think David Ewing Jr. brought up a good point of these ships just being packed full of people, and then you have like what 3 month journey from Africa back in the day. If all that did happen, and then the logistics of feeding them and how do they use the bathroom and all this kind of stuff starts to kind of like fall into the nonsensical realm in my mind. And I feel, yes, of course we had slaves, and I do believe that there were slaves of white people and black people, but did they actually come all the way from Africa would be another question. I'm not sure if this is a related topic or not, but I kind of question the narrative. I question all narrative, especially if it's been espoused by the historical academia. Then I just kind of look at it as like, well, I'm not sure if you're telling me the truth or if you know the truth of what actually happened. That's just me. But Raphael, you know more about that because you actually had this conversation with David, did you not?
Not that particular aspect. So I will now only speak as to my intuition in terms of, from the information that I have. My assumption would be that there were already peoples of different colors in the US. It is unclear who exactly or to what extent. What I haven't figured out, it also is where does the now we would identify ethnically Native Americans come from, just because here, not being racist, but simply because people look different, and at least part of it is the phenotype, so the outwardly visible genetics, right? I haven't figured that out yet. Maybe or likely there's a Russia connection just in terms of what they appear like. I could also well imagine that dark-skinned people already have been in the US and didn't need to be shipped so far from anywhere. And you're correct if you think about it logically. There would probably be a pretty big, loss in like 90%, people losing people across that journey wouldn't be very effective. And also, so there is this whole idea of the quote unquote Moorish civilization. Michelle Gibson talks about this a lot. So I could imagine there already were a society maybe of all different colors. And why I would just heuristically assume it even more that they were already at some point into breeding, or however you would say, or just living together peacefully, is because they did very strongly put up this racial segregation in the US. When did this really start? It's not so long ago from what I can understand, especially because, from like pre-1900 and Civil War, it gets very murky as to what really happened. And I could just well imagine that this already was a much more not even multicultural, multi-ethnic society, because David already suggested that in relation to Europe, actually, and there is a term you can look up called demographic engineering, which happened in the 20th century and maybe even earlier, and this is also along with the wars that happened, whatever happened there exactly, but all these migrations and repopulations may also have been strongly just resegregating society, or again, let's say decoupling an already mixed society with different ethnicities, and then just going full phenotype racist and simply saying, oh, you have very bright skin, blonde hair, all right, you're allowed to stay in Scandinavia. Or you're a little bit darker skinned, you have a little bit curly hair, you have to go a bit further south. Or your skin really starts getting dark, okay, maybe you can stay in Italy, but that's it, yeah? So there are all these factors which make it difficult to discern, or at least which we have to consider when we talk about that history. One thing I would like to bring up is the recent interview that we did on Andreas' channel with Dr. Shiva. I'm not sure if you had watched it. He was talking about, one of the things he talked about was the labor movements in the 20th century. And I didn't really catch it at that point, also because I like to entertain or understand where people are coming from. And Dr. Shiva was portraying these labor movements in a quite positive way and was like, yeah, this is These were the big movements of the workers, and finally they got some rights, because before they were practically enslaved. And what always comes to mind for me then is, I'm not exactly sure how long this type of slavery in this extreme sense really has existed and has been as widespread as it is right now. And how far back is it really that there was a society of simply very distributed economy and very, very many small homesteads. Yeah? Whereas then you would not have any direct slavery or anything like that, because everyone would have access and ownership of their own land, or right to use, however you would put it. And there wouldn't even be the need for this type of centralized hierarchy that we have right now. And my question basically is, were these labor movements, because Deep Share podcast did this Rise of the Expert series, I posted it in a chat earlier, Rise of the Expert, highly recommended to check out, and they're completely dismantling these labor movements and showing how they are a completely controlled opposition, top down, what is it called, this Taylorism, and of course with Edward Bernays and propaganda, the manufacturing of consent, but also there is a term with human resources, and it's not called scientific engineering, but there are particular terms which the whole progressivism movement and all of that. And whereas Dr. Shiva may see it as, oh, finally they progressed, I'm kind of wondering if this is only the fake progression that was installed after they completely demolished a society that had a much more distributed system of economy. Because let's not forget, the official even foundation of the Federal Reserve was only in 1912. So yeah, of course, lots of speculations here, but I just wanted to throw that out there, because again, it shows how a certain movement can both be seen in a very positive light. Because yeah, sure, you could say maybe people were enslaved and had to work 12 hours earlier, then they only had to work 8 hours. That's an amazing accomplishment. But if maybe only 50 years before, they all were small homesteaders and independent and free sovereign citizens, or not even citizens, but just peoples, well, that's a different scale.
Yeah, absolutely. David, did you wanted to add to that?
Well, I have my speculations, but it's nothing where I can really add too much, because it's just like with the whole God thing, we can find all sources, but we have a hard time verifying that. At least with the God question, I can look into my dreams, I can do fasting, I can, hug a tree, but with history, it's so tricky. We can look at things that teach us, like we can look at that certain things were impossible and we can kind of rule them out, but it doesn't yet tell us what did happen. So I'm personally, I'm going more with my gut on this lately. So I'm taking in all the things like I told you before, jumping into this narrative and then getting out and jumping in that narrative, and then collecting all these things on the maybe heap in my head. But recently I've been looking just mostly at the Nos Confunden, Claudio Nocelli, as a bigger framework of what could have happened. But unfortunately, he goes more into the outside world and not so much into what happened here before the last reset. So I'm just really out on a leg on that whole topic in regards of maybe 150 years ago was a reset. Who knows what happened before? And then we have all this weird lore in our world, which David Ewing Jr. mostly debunked. And what is that then? It still has significance, probably in some way. Maybe it's encoded, maybe it's like hidden whistleblowing, but yeah, I have a hard time like making heads or tails of that, really, in a consistent way.
Yeah, I think the main issue when you start to go into this alternative history type of thing is that you start to discover that really the history that's been given to us is just a cover. It's a cover up for something else really that has happened. So when you start to, without even knowing exactly, because I do agree that things get blurry, and like I think if I remember correctly from David's conversation, my conversations with David Ewing Jr., he was saying basically we really don't know very much of anything prior to the 1500s, and all of that is based on like what they wrote out, and then we are able to kind of say, hey, that information doesn't match up to the evidence and all this kind of stuff, and we have so much proof that these languages were created, et cetera, et cetera. And again, this narrative about, like, Africans enslaved their own people, and then they were shipped over by that small hat group. That's a common conspiracy that people have fallen into. Now I question that narrative again. Now, maybe there's a kind of an idea where these people who've been in control for a while, is that they've come to the realization, actually, it's difficult when it's like, it reminds me of this story. I don't know if you guys have heard of this story about the Roman senator. And he said, one senator said, okay, Rome, and this is a fictitious thing because we know that ancient Rome didn't actually exist, but the story is significant. Okay. The story goes, like, the way we were taught, that ancient Rome had one third of the people slaves. One third of the population were slaves. Like, that's the narrative that they spin. And one of the senators came and said, "Hey, we don't know the difference between a citizen and a slave, because slaves are dressed like a regular citizen. So we don't know. So we should put some kind of a band on them, or we should label them. This is a slave, right?" And another more wise senator said, "No, no, no, this is a bad idea, because when the slaves understand how many slaves that there are, there will be an uprising. So we should allow them to know that they can pretend to be a citizen, but anyway, the owners will know who the real slaves are, and that way we can still maintain control." And it is just, speculation on my part, but like, maybe they tried this experiment of chaining everybody up and, whipping them and forcing them to work, and then people are like, okay, screw this, I'd rather die, like, I don't want to be productive anymore. Why should I live my life for somebody else's, when, that's all it's going to be? And maybe they came out with, like, more clever system to make you think that you're free, your votes count, and all this kind of stuff, to make you feel like you are a citizen, and you have value. But for them, you're just a useless leader. But as long as you feel good about yourself, continue on working, slave, you dumb slave. I mean, like, what's going on over there, right? And maybe it's more efficient system. Maybe it's more productive system. Slaves work better in the environment that we have found ourselves in. Who knows?
Pre- I mean, that I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that this is more effective than just physical brute force. The only question, of course, is what is the value, and this is maybe also why you have this fourth industrial revolution or whatever they are dreaming about, because they are reassessing that, or just maybe actually people were breeding too much, or who knows what happened, or maybe there's even different agendas going on. Yeah, but very interesting story. It always makes me think of Attack on Titan. Anyone who's into, whether history or anything, watch Attack on Titan. Have you seen it, Nat, by chance? The anime? Or David?
Parts of it. Parts of it.
It's
Yeah.
really psychedelic. Especially the first season is pretty hard to watch, I think. But even just the twists and turns, I think there's quite a few things encoded in there, I would say. So anyhow, I think there's a reason why it's so popular. Just like Neon Genesis Evangelion, which, as you may know, is basically the Kabbalistic apotheosis. So that's also a good study subject to understand more of what David Ewing Jr. is talking about, and what this whole Kabbalah thing is about becoming one with God and all of that. I think it's pretty interestingly encapsulated in Neon Genesis Evangelion. So anyhow, aside from the anime references, I'll just ask you the questions, because maybe this is where we can tie it together. I could talk more about the different versions of slavery and abuse. One thing I wanted to bring up also with spirituality and the question, what can we verify ourselves? And one experiment you may be familiar with is the rice howdo experiment by Masaru Emoto. Masaru Emoto was the guy with the water crystals, which actually was an art project, which many people don't bother to mention. But anyhow, so they were specifically selecting crystals. However, there's a different way how you can do an experiment with this yourself, which is by simply cooking rice and then having it in 3 jars. You put on one of them love, the other one hate, the third one you leave neutral. You can meditate on them. And then after a few days, you can just leave them there or whatever. I tried this myself. Many other people tried it. And the results, I would say, are surprisingly consistent, which simply show that, or would show that there is some kind of a psychic force at work, because the result is then one rice, in the best case, it ferments. I didn't manage to get it to ferment, yeah. But here again, this is interesting, because then we would be at the two natural principles that David just spoke about. So fermentation, well, at least as I understand, in food is a refinement process, and it's not exactly the same as decomposition. So anyhow, you would have fermentation potentially for the love rice, then you would have maybe slight decomposition for the neutral rice and heavy decomposition for the negative rice. In my case, they all decomposed, but it was perfectly clear that the hate rice was basically half black and almost gone, whereas the other ones, they just had like kind of started to do something. And where I'm mentioning this is because, okay, I don't have a lab. Who knows what I was doing? Maybe I'm lying, but hey, everyone can cook rice at home. So this is something extremely simple that everyone can do for themselves. And, you know, you can do it 100 times if you don't believe yourself, and then just see what happens. So this is one of the, I think, best open source experiments to prove or disprove whether there actually is spooky action at a distance, quantum entanglement, or whatever, but at the very least, some kind of an effect that obviously is not a physical thing. I didn't spit into it or something, right? So maybe this can be a starting point, because that's one of the few things that really everyone can verify for themselves. I don't know. Have you had heard about the experiment or ever experienced something similar, maybe? Oh, and
Yeah,
why I'm
I mean,
mentioning this, sorry, just to frame it, why I'm mentioning it is because of the whole slavery thing, because there they want to either make you ineffectual or believe that you're God, but then what are we really? And at the very least, we wouldn't be so easily controllable, even faced with this overwhelming apparent material and matrix opposition, if everyone would think to themselves, oh, well, by the way, I can affect rice or water at a distance. So what's the effect I can have only with my consciousness on my own body, on my own cell, on my own energy level, on the energy level of my tribe and those that I align with? And do we actually need any controllers or priests to tell us anything? So that's why I'm bringing in this angle.
yeah, so let me just respond real quick. Definitely, I have heard about the experiment. I've looked into it. It seems legit. I've had other friends who have conducted their own experiments, been quite consistent so far as I've heard. You know, so that's just my experience on the matter. David, do you have any thoughts on the on Dr. Emoto's experiment or what we're talking about here?
Yeah, I think there's some confusion about fermentation. My view is it is still decomposition. It's just that, you know, I don't think it makes sense to say, oh yeah, fermentation is decomposition, but it's actually not decomposition. It's actually something the opposite. I don't think that makes sense. I think makes more sense to say fermentation is a form of specialized decomposition that aligns with the nutritional requirements and our physical and biological makeup, so that we can actually
Water to wine.
let's slowly get there, so that you can actually make use of it, right? So specialized fermentation is, of course, can go into the utilitarian direction, which would be like soy sauce or um, these
Kimchi, sauerkraut. I mean, you know, you
exactly.
name it.
Kimchi, sauerkraut, kombucha, then can be specialized towards the medicinal direction. There are a few I can't remember, and then it can be geared towards the psychedelic, where you then have like, I mean, yeah, well, it exists. Well, you just look it up. So it's like a specialized decomposition that makes use of intricate knowledge of how our body works, but it's still decomposition. It's just like you stop the decomposition at the exact window where you know your body can make use of it, right? If you just let it go, it just becomes soil again. So it's still decomposition. It's a very controlled process. I think it's still fair to say it's completely on the decomposition side. It's just you create a very controlled environment and you make use of it. It's very different if you eat mushrooms or fermented stuff than if you eat sprouts or anything that's freshly alive. Like it serves different functions, completely different. In the same way, then you could say, if you're in a very fasted state, almost everything becomes psychedelic. Almost everything. Sugar becomes psychedelic. Let's not even talk about alcohol, right? I mean, it becomes very psychedelic if you're very fasted. So meaning you're very unobstructed in your body. You can go out and literally smell the roses in the spring. It will be psychedelic, because your body is very undisturbed. You can eat honey, and it be kind of literally blow your mind, right? So then, if you're going from a very fasted state, you can almost use anything, and it becomes psychedelic. Now, if you use fermented, even more, like sauerkraut or soy sauce or balsamico vinegar, for example, they are literally psychedelic in the sense that balsamico contains glutamates. These are the same that work on the glutamine metabolism in the brain, just as ketchup and cheese and fried onions contain a lot of glutamates. That's why they taste so good, but in reality it's drugs. So kind of veering off track here, but I'm just want to make the point, like, just because it feels good doesn't mean it's not decomposing, right? It's just we're just tricking our brain a little bit. We're just working with what we have here, right? We're just getting a cheap high of what we got.
So thank you for explaining the technicalities. Of course, and it's irrelevant. The main point here, of course, simply being that whereas there should be no difference with the rice experiment, right, between these three jars, obviously people just by the imagination or whatever, or by writing something on top of it, they get distinctively different effects consistently if we see it statistically, at least from the, how would you say that? Phenomenological or open source, collected information and examples that we have. As I said, again, in my case, nothing even fermented, but it was clear that the states and progression of composition was highly variable. And again, like I said, with the third one, it was really amazing because I was almost like, oh, where's the rice left? It's almost nothing's left. Where did it even go? So, yeah.
I forgot to address that. Yeah, thank you. So,
Go ahead.
I rambled. So, to the point of the rice, to bring it back, thanks, Raphael. I think what's happening is just that if you project intention, or you project your energy, or you pray, or however you want to technically call that, right? You project your good intention on the rice, you slow down the decomposition, because you're basically projecting life force onto it, and that just slows down the decomposition because of the opposite force. So I have seen people that literally kept the rice on their windowsill for weeks, and it didn't dry out. They had a lid on it, right? But it had room air on it before, so it had spores of everything that's floating around, and it would just not take. So they were just projecting and praying and saying nice things to the rice, and it would just not set on mold. Because I mean, some people now talking about then frequency, so that you basically have certain frequency and things, and when the frequency falls under certain thresholds, you get molds and bacteria starting to decompose, because that's their job. And if you keep it above a certain threshold, you will not get that. So same, they talk about that in terms of parasites. So if your frequency goes down, you get cancer, get parasites, because your body goes like, oh, this thing's dying. Got to take out the trash, right? Got to make it available for the rest of the people who need the raw building blocks. So this guy clearly not want to take part in this game. So let's just scrap him and give it to the rest of the community, because that's how we roll, right? We're just all about making shit happen. So that's how you get cancer and parasites, because if you're not taking care of your frequency, staying above a certain threshold, then what are you even doing, right? You're on your way out, so let's decompose this motherfucker. So that's how I see it.
So could it be possible to accelerate the decomposing process? Because like if you are preventing on one end of decomposing, could it also have the opposite effect with like hate and
Yeah,
fear and whatnot? Yeah.
that's what you call a curse. That's a curse. Or this is like what black magic is. You project negative intention, and we call it black magic. We call it a curse, and then there's the technicalities that you can amplify that using like blood magic and pulling in other entities, and then you can go like all the way. But on as far as I understand, on the very technical level, it's nothing else. And we look at uh, the rice experiment by what's his name,
Emoto.
Emoto, right? And it's like the old Indian proverb, you have two wolves in your head. Which one do you feed, right? It's just like you project good intention or you project negative intention, also towards yourself. You can curse yourself. Um, I'm I'm kind of thinking about that a lot, or like if you're in this kind of black pilled mode and you're kind of doomer, and everything's just terrible, and what's the point? Well, what you're doing is you're cursing yourself basically. And then if you're like believing in Jesus and God will save me, and everything is wonderful, beautiful, doesn't even matter if Jesus exists or God exists. You're just blessing yourself, right? Just very technically, right? So it works. Even it doesn't
That's
matter.
true.
It just
The
works
only
because that's how the body works.
Yes, I agree with you. That's true. The only maybe issue for some or not would then be some people maybe blessing themselves, and that's of course good for them directly. But also, if they're in some kind of brainwash cult, and this can even be capitalism or whatever, all they will do with that life force energy is ultimately further the agenda of the controllers that otherwise would want you to feel cursed and dooming, especially if you actually do have a different concept than they have, because then of course you're in the way. So it's better, you black pill and wither, let's say, than do something about it. On the other hand, you can be a good Christian and love Jesus and love yourself as long as you go to work every day for the insurance company. I'm just saying. So,
Yeah, this is a good point. So, and then we go back to care, to this concept of care or sorge, where you can't just bless yourself and be dishonest about it. It just won't work because now you're actually cursing yourself. So it just won't work. You can't just read off a book and repeat the mantra because it's not about the words. Someone in chat said it's not about the words. Yeah, I agree. It's about the intention. So you can say whatever words you want if inside you're all black and you don't actually mean it, you don't actually feel it, then you're not blessing yourself. You're probably cursing yourself if you want to use that word. So like an example would be like if you try to repeat the mantra that your guru gave you, but inside you're just full of doubt and skeptical and you're not actually feeling anything, you're just wasting your time, in my opinion. But if you like, everyone knows this moment. Um, I think I want to tell the story just for everyone to feel this. What I mean with feeling, right? So there was this guy. You probably all know the hard math guy. What's his name? Um, anyway, he was doing a workshop and he was telling a story, and he wanted to show people how that feels. So he said, okay, so there was like two babies. There were twins in the womb, and they were born way before term, and so they had to put them into little plastic boxes and keep them like on machine and to
Incubators. Yeah.
incubators to keep them alive, right? But the babies were not doing well. They were really struggling, and they knew they were dying. They were not making it. They were getting weaker every day, and everyone was really like out of ideas how to help them. The mother was desperate. The doctors didn't know what to do. I mean, that's not a surprise, but everyone was sincerely trying. And so someone had the crazy idea, some nurse or something was like, hey, let's just put the babies in the same incubator, maybe, I mean, they're almost dead, so let's just try it. And so they did that. And they had these machines beeping, and they were monitoring all the life signals. And so they put them into the same incubator, and then one of the baby kind of, I mean, these were like blind babies. They were just laying there blind, nothing's happening. No, nothing's happening, right? It's just like early born. So they put them side by side, and then one of the baby grabbed this other baby. So I mean, one of them was doing worse, and that was the one that they put to his brother. And so the stronger brother grabbed the other one's hand And instantly the monitors and all the machines were like going up, like, oh, it's doing better. And everyone was like completely flabbergasted that, like, everyone has like this little moment of silence and was in awe of what just happened, because basically the bigger brother, he was like born a few minutes before, right, was just reached the hand and kind of in a reassuring way and connected with a sibling, and that gave them both back the strength. And suddenly they were like, heart was doing good, they were good, and then from then on was all good. And what I mean with feeling is like a feeling that you get when you hear that, because you remember something that happened that gave you that feeling. That's what I mean with kind of feeling, when you project intention or feeling. So if you feel that, you can probably project it.
Yeah. Yeah. I just kind of want to go back to this conversation about slavery, because like I think this is one of the major issues in humanity, because like we are like in a system. We're in a matrix of some kind, you can say, right? And then the question that is like, first of all, in my opinion, that we have to recognize the situation for what it is, and then we have to try to come up with some solution of how we can, get away from it. And the normal programming is that you go to school, you go through their indoctrination camp, and then you get yourself involved with this group or that group, kind of like this you know mob mentality type of thing, and then you can become successful, and then hopefully you earn enough money, and that's going to be your freedom, right? But the system continues, and then there's always the rich and always the poor, and the middle class is scared to become poor and homeless, and the rich, they want to become wealthy, and then you have fancy cars and fancy houses, and that's kind of the meaning of life. But we know that it's a kind of another manufactured propaganda, I suppose, like really, like, how else to put it. My intention about like talking about these things is like to become aware on one hand of what it is that we're dealing with, and on the other hand, is there any solution to it, so I guess like really what it comes down to is like, if there's something that can be done, let's go for that. And if there's nothing can be done, at least we can just like get to a point. It's like, all right, fine, nothing can be done, we just have to embrace the system for what it is, what to do. This is life. We still we're just going to be a slave for the rest of our life, and that's just going to be what it is. You guys have any thoughts on that?
David, you muted if you want to talk. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the big thing really is like this psychological, this master slave mindset, really, where we can talk about the slave masters all day, and it's important to acknowledge that there are people who are to exploit and enslave and all of that. It's important to have a basic awareness of that and to kind of know what's the environment that you're in, right? Don't you kind of need to see where are the crevasses so you don't walk into them and break your leg. But then after we have done that and we kind of understand how the world works, and we're a little bit in a shark pond, we also got to realize it's not sharks everywhere, and it depends heavily on us going to the sharks and saying, please eat of me. And so I think it is like looking inside or looking back in time and trying to see the patterns where it's not really hard. Like, most of us probably have a job, or most of us had parents, and so we grew up with that authoritarian paradigm, and we just transitioned into an authoritarian world where there's a top-down hierarchical structure, and so we just embrace that as completely normal.
At least
right?
later it makes sense why parents acting so strange,
Yeah. Now it makes sense because they just transitioned, they just embraced that as well. they didn't look into it, and so they didn't have an alternative to offer. So most of our parents basically sold us into slavery without knowing any better, because they were sold into slavery. I mean, the slavery of the mind, the slavery of thinking like a slave, slavery of acting like a slave, not even knowing about this whole master slave dynamic that exists in the world. And I think it's important kind of for our time to look this in the face and try to see in our life where we are being a slave. And I'm a slave in many areas in my life. I'm not saying despair and hate yourself and be ashamed. I'm just saying, while you do it, try to be aware of it and just observe it and think about it, and you will probably have thoughts and inspirations about how to slightly steer and navigate. Now that you become increasingly aware, that's already a huge step from just blindly driving, holding the elephant's tail before you and just following. The first step would be just hold the tail, but keep looking around, right? Are there other elephants walking freely? Are there even other, that's what I'm saying. Like, just take the first step, and that is looking around, thinking about what you're doing in that sense, because it's a very deep programming, and it can induce, fear and desperation and hopelessness. It replaces our sense for belonging and true family and tribe. And that's why it is so powerful, and that's why we stay in it, because we have been completely robbed of any tribalism and of any family or community, and it has been replaced by this master slave mentality. And that's why now for us it's hard to disconnect from that, because it is actually set up in a way that it is the only thing that makes us feel that we have left. I mean, I'm not to be doom and gloom, but I'm just talking technically. That's how it is set up, right? First they steal the real thing from us, and then they sell us the fake thing, and that's why we then kind of hooked.
Yeah, Raphael.
I'm not sure if there's much I have to add.
Okay.
I've
You don't have to add anything. Just wanted to give you the floor if you wanted to say something. But I think like for me, like I don't have any aspiration like, oh, we're going to make huge changes to this reality. I mean, we can only chip away at it, and somebody needs to do something anyway. So I guess we got this life to live, and I want to look back and say, hey, I gave it a shot. I try to, like, deep dive into what this nature of reality is, and try to come to some understanding about like how to be as free as one can possibly be, you know and I wonder if there is a genuine notion of freedom, because, like, even in the terms of like dharma, like universal law or God's law, uh if we abide by this idea of morality, and not and try to get away from like moral relativism, it means that there are um maybe objective standards that we have to abide by, which means that your intentions, words, thoughts, actions are quite limited, because there's actually very small amount of right actions compared to wrong actions, et cetera, et cetera. So, which means that you're on a tight, like, in a narrow path, you know and then if that's the case, then where's the idea of freedom? Because like freedom only can come, it's like I can do whatever the hell I want, and really there's always going to be some consequences to that kind of thinking and doing. We call that karma, right? Karma's a bitch, it comes around and such. And like understand, so how I'm trying to tie that whole thing in together is that, okay, I accept the fact that I'm a slave to a degree, because we have to spend money, we have to use money for the internet, and this is the only way in which we're going to be able to, and we got to maybe register our names to do stuff. I don't know, this is a part of the slave system. But at the same time, recognizing that, and then trying to help other people to recognize that. Is that just a feel good thing? Am I just here to like feel good about myself that, hey, I recognize it, and then I want to help other people to recognize the fact that we're all slaves together. Hey, we're all slaves together, everybody, and then just be aware, be aware of your slavery. Sometimes ignorance is a kind of a bliss, for some people, and maybe something can be said about letting the sleeping dogs lie, right? And I don't know, like what's the big plan or anything. I'm just kind of flying by the seat of my pants, so they say. You know what I'm
The
saying?
school the school for mindful slavery. I think that's a good, at least an
Yeah,
online
there you
course
go.
could be developed. So okay, I understand now also how you mean. What's the grand strategy? So completely naively, I would just say, in certain ways, obviously, we're on a similar path. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about that here publicly available, let's say, in terms of, in some way, shape, or form, having the idea, let's say, not to define whether it can be a reality or illusion, that there would be some sort of benefit, both potentially even for individual lives, and also certainly for our environment and society at large, by having people become more aware about certain ideas, even basic psychology, all the things we talk about, to be able to untangle from all the things that actually work against their own interest. I mean, for me, it's nothing more than that. It's all very simple, actually. And recognizing the common interest that is shared across almost all of the population, uh, especially if they were to recognize that this is there is a different way, there is a different path. How many people would, as quickly as within a week or whatever, be able to align to a completely new society if the option were truly given, and if it would truly appear viable? Even here, it's an interesting question about the whole follower and leader dynamic. I'm not a big fan of it, but I'm just saying, if not most of people are out of it yet, it may even just be that 5% represent a true viable alternative, and then the 60% that are on the fence, I think I brought this up before, would be switching sides anyways, or would just say, okay, that seems more amenable anyhow. Or the other system is so oppressive, obviously, that it'd be easy for them to switch, again, depending on how Stockholm syndrome they are. Yeah. Of course, then also the question is, what is the whole purpose of this existence? Is this the question? Is this just a training planet? Is this a planet where you're supposed to experiment, experience oppression, and how you deal with it? I don't know. I think then it also comes down to something, maybe only maybe one can verify for themselves. Can you look yourself in the mirror? Can you sleep well? Do you feel good within your body? And again, this is a Gnostic saying, which may equally be forged, but I think it has some relevance. The idea that if you do not bring forth, sorry, if you do not bring forth what is within you, then it will destroy you. And if you do bring forth what is within you, then it will save you. So even just the question, if it's not even just, everyone having their own alignment in this life, and for good reason, and they should be following along with it, because if they don't, they would just enter these states we discussed about before of decomposition or something, and shut off. Yeah. Or exist in the zombie state, which many are existing in, which at least for me is not, not exciting enough to experience. So yeah, we could argue about whether it's just an individual, amelioration of the situation, or a grand collective mission. I don't know, and also I don't know if it ultimately matters. Practically, I don't really see any other pathway to go forward, because there will not be any grand investment company or sovereign country suddenly declaring, oh, here everyone is free and there is no slave dynamics in this city state or whatever. I don't see that happening. So there is only the guerrilla
Right.
distributed information and awareness, mutual learning process.
Yeah, let me just chime in real quick before I give the floor to David. Is that there's a cynical side of myself sometimes. I don't know what it is. Maybe a little bit of negativity, but sometimes I say to myself, maybe people fucking deserve to be slaves. You know, I mean, like for fuck's sake, guys. I mean, like you guys are stupid, and then and maybe you guys are a bunch of useless eaters, as the elites tell you, because like you're just waiting for some free stuff. You're just wanting to not give a fuck about this reality. You don't care about the truth, and all you do is complain and watch football, drink your alcohol, and just sit there and veg out, and then eat your McDonald's, and maybe that's all you're really good for, and maybe that's why you are useless eaters, or you're called useless eaters, because you don't really care about the truth. You're not disciplined, and you don't put in any effort towards something. I'm being cynical. I'm not genuinely saying that this is the case, but a cynical version of myself is
It's
saying
a
like,
real
hey,
perspective.
humanity. Yeah, but maybe, hey, humanity, maybe you deserve to be enslaved because you don't know anything else. You need to be led. And then I'll be a good master for you. How about that? I'll tell you what you need to do. What say you, David?
Well, let me set you straight. Good points.
Please do, please do.
Really good points. Now, of course, they're all useless eaters, and they're completely children, but that's why they don't deserve it. Because we have been sold into slavery by our parents, and we have been indoctrinated and brainwashed and mind-fucked, abused, terrorized, and tyrannized by society and by our parents. Not because it's their fault, because they had the same thing happen to them, but because that is a case, and I'm not saying that to be paint me or anyone as a victim. I'm just saying that's just technically a fact, and we kind of have to acknowledge that to be able to see and ask the questions. Well, how do we get the fuck out of there? So I think someone has to break the chain of being abusive parents, and they can only do that by being mindful of the chains and then slowly trying to get out of them. And then when you have created a situation where you can have children and not sell them into slavery, then you can have children. And that is how we get out of slavery. I only have that hope because I'm a very black pill doomer kind of guy. But I was living with a bunch of hippies once, and they were doing like lots of stupid shit. They were doing like ayahuasca every weekend and like sweat lodges and the whole thing, right? The whole tantra and well, all the frog shit and all of that shit. But one of the women there, she was not really fitting in because she was very, kind of had this, would look you in the eye and would like feel like a real human. And she had a child there. She had a son. And it was so amazing for me to see how she and her son were interacting. So the son had like he was like, well, I don't know, a year or even younger, like totally young, and was already walking around, sometimes crawling, sometimes walking. So it wasn't really old enough for normally to be able to do that. And so he had a little pants on, which was a little slit in the middle. And so whenever he would have to take a shit or pee, he would just kind of go somewhere on the, like it was a garden, right? So that works in nature, would go somewhere on the side and just take a poop there or pee, right? So he was like, he didn't have any diapers on, right? So I was just thinking, holy shit, if we don't make our children into slaves when they're children, they just learn to be self-sufficient and self-effective. So I saw that, and I will never forget that, because it just showed me that when we treat our children as small, complete humans that just kind of don't have the full context yet, but they're dependent on us for showing them how to interact with this environment, we're responsible for giving them the operating system, right? And if we fuck it up and we give them the slave operating system by modeling slave behavior, we fuck them up. But if we treat them like non-slaves and we act like non-slaves, they will model that, and we give them the right operating system. And so because I saw that little boy and his mother acting like real humans, I know it's fucking possible. It just takes a few parents to fucking sit on their ass, create that situation, have children, and not make them into slaves. And then in a generation or two, these will be the fucking leaders, right? It just takes a generation or two, of course, for that process to play out, but it's totally possible. And yes, it's all stupid eaters and right now everywhere, but it's just because they're children who got abused. All of them, all of us, right? We might be more aware of it. Doesn't really make a big difference, except that we can kind of start thinking and planning what could a situation look like where you can have non-slave children, where you can start acting less like a slave, right? We have the head start of having the awareness, and we can think about it. But still, it's a process that has to be done. Like, just it's like knowing the solution is not even half the battle. You still have to implement it and go through all the motions and all the setbacks and get up again and try it in another way, right? So that's why I think, yeah, that's what I want to say about that.
Not you muted. It's a long-term plan, but yes, that's how it's. I think that's a viable solution, actually. I mean, that's an obvious solution, and that's one of the few things that, to the degree that families can protect the environment, which is difficult enough, but that certainly is a way. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I agree with you, David. I mean, like, we need to lead by example. I mean, we talk about this over and over again. You have to be the change that you want to see. Right? So you don't want to see slave? Well, don't be a fucking slave yourself, you know? Don't be a slave to the system, as at least as minimal involvement as possible, if and then if you have children, okay, teach them the right way, because either you're going to show them how to live in a righteous way, in an honorable way, in an unslaved way, or you're going to be showing them how to live within the system. Really, one it's like kind of black and white, as far as I'm seeing it, you know. So the big question is, like, are we going to be outnumbered? Because, like, it's kind of idiocracy, dumb people who are slaves, they're just outbreeding everybody else, and they're just taking over. Or is it that quality is going to go overcome quantity, where, okay, it doesn't matter, we have the numbers that we got, and we're going to have to just run with it. And that's what we have to work with. What else to do anyway, right?
David, you want to go first, or?
Well, I have an anecdote about the chickens. I'm not sure about generational learning. I'm not sure if you want to go first or if I have shared that already, but that changed my complete understanding about how learning works.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I was living kind of out in I was born in the city, and so eventually me and the city, we got into some kind of conflict about me being a bit anal about the city that should stick to its own rules, and the city judging me and going after me with violence for not following their rules. So I didn't really like that, so I left the city. I thought they were just complete hypocritical assholes, so I completely left the city and was living out in a trailer. And so I had some chickens there. And, I wanted to have my chickens as I was looking into what does natural living mean? What does every living being need? What does the human need? What does the human body need? Like, what is species-specific diet and living circumstances? So I was looking into that. So I wanted to have my chicken kind of have a happy life. I was just thinking, they just live with me there. They give me some eggs if they do, and I provide them with an awesome life. I enjoy the company. Great. So I created it was like in a little, what do you call it? Like a little copse, like young maple trees, and they were able to scratch in the ground. And I didn't really give them much grains because I figured out they're not really, they shouldn't eat too much grains, really. They should eat scraps and bugs. I learned that. If you give them too much grains, they're overly stimulated all the time. You just do that. You have them in an egg farm because they lay more eggs, but it's not good for their kidneys, and they have a very short life. So anyway, I had this like a composter, and I would put kitchen scraps in there every day. I would go to this restaurant and get like a whole barrel full of kitchen scraps, and the chickens, they fucking loved it. So I had my old old hens that were like 1 or 2 years old, and I had a young one who was rescued from a egg operation, like factory egg thing, and it was like one of these white chickens. It was just like half a year old or something. And it was so funny. The old hens, so the young white one would jump into the composter thing. It was just like 4 sides of like grates, like little fence pieces, like 1 meter high, and I put the kitchen scraps inside, right? And the chickens would pick from the side, would pick out the stuff, and my white young one would jump on it in the middle and be like king of the hill, like I got it, and the other ones would just pick from the sides, and they were happy. And I was thinking, well, they will probably learn how to do that, because the white one was just jumping in, picking a little bit, jumping out, doing something else, going in, jumping off, jumping in, right? And I thought, they must see that all day. They must eventually understand that they can do that too, right? Just like hop off. They just never did. It was, I think, a good year or half a year until I got a rooster. And never until that point did they tried a few times, like half-heartedly, like jump against the thing and then just leave it be. And it is because, of course, because they had their wings clipped when they were young. And that just means that you have, when the chickens are very young and they're starting to try to fly, you cut the feathers off of the sides of the wings. You don't hurt them, right? It's just feathers, but you just cut the feathers off. Sometimes you just cut it on one side, so when they try to fly, they just trundle and they can't fly, right? And so that way, when they're young, they learn that they can't fly, and so that learning stays in the brain. So then later on, they don't even try. Now, this factory chicken did not have its wings clipped because it was like in a little metal box, so it wasn't necessary to clip the wings. So when the white one got out, it just tried it, and it worked. And that just blew my mind. Like, of course, you kind of heard that before and you know that, but seeing that every day, how that is literally impossible for them, even though they see it all day, hundreds and hundreds of times every day, they see that and they don't try to even imitate it. Well, okay. Then I had a rooster and I had little chicks. And the little chicks, they were fascinated by this huge white hen that would jump in there and jump out there. So in the beginning, they were very little, running around with their mother hen, and then they were getting more excited and venturing out. And then, of course, they ended up being on the feeder and just picking from the outside. And eventually, every time they see the white one jump in, they would try to jump against the side and try to do that, but it didn't work. And they kept doing it, and they were growing and growing and growing. And eventually, they just fucking jumped in. But meanwhile, the old hens, seeing all that action and all that learning and all that trying and getting better every day and eventually making it, it didn't do anything to them. It didn't do anything. They were just sitting out there picking, not even trying. They were seeing it. They were just looking, watching. Oh, these guys are jumping in there and jumping out there. They would sometimes just stop picking and watch them, right? It didn't do anything. So it's very crazy. Generational learning, that's not just for chickens. That is real. That's the realest thing I've ever seen that is real for humans. You can make an effort, of course, as a human, but there's limits. I guess if you try to get your grandfather into crypto, you have a hard time.
Yeah.
You know what I
I mean,
mean?
like, I'm trying to understand. Yeah, I'm trying to understand the moral of the story. Is like, are the chickens just too dumb, or are they trained and programmed in a certain way? So they're like, yeah, they're very hard set on what they can and cannot do.
Well,
I
they're
think
not.
there's kind of multiple layers.
Yeah, so
Go
they're
ahead.
not dumb. They got abused when they were children, and that abuse stunted their growth. They were
Hmm.
specifically and intentionally abused in a way that drastically reduced their potential to become a real, fully functional chicken hen with flying and all, right? Chicken normally are forest dwellers, and they roost in the trees. And the rooster
Yeah.
is closest to the trunk and defends all his hens that are outside on the branch. So when the fox comes up at night, the rooster is closest to the trunk and fights the fox up there. That's how in nature how it works. Now, how do the
Hmm.
chickens get up there if they can't fly? Well, they don't. So basically, these chickens were abused and stunted their growth and never became full chickens. They kind of like look like chickens, but they're actually just eating machines that are just almost like robots. And they could never
Yeah.
relearn that because they're chickens. I mean, they're not humans, right? But the moral is
Yeah.
that is even true for humans. If you abuse humans, like we have in our school system and
Right.
with abusive parents, as a child, then you have something that you call useless eaters, which is exactly what my hens were. I mean, they were laying eggs, so we're not fully useless, and they were kind of. I liked them. I loved them. And, I mean, they were not
Humans
useless.
lay eggs too. They also pay tax,
They go
right?
to
That's
work.
the human form
They
of
lay eggs.
egg laying.
But exactly, but that's like your useless eaters metaphor hits exactly, and I just want to show you, well, why are they useless eaters? Because they got their wings clipped when they were children, and they were not able to relearn that they can actually
Yes.
fly.
I agree, 100%. Yeah, I mean, like, the useless eaters is kind of like the moniker that the elites put on us, but like they put this label of like, useless leader, slave is, but they created the system. We are born into that system. We're born into the system in which our parents are born into, et cetera, et cetera. And then they blame us for being stupid. They blame us for being
Exactly.
useless. When in fact the whole system has been geared to make us stupid.
Yeah.
It's geared to make us into this like traumatized, people who have no idea what the hell is going on, no idea what's the meaning of life, no understanding of why we're even here or anything at all. And only thing they know is like, again, the same thing. And then so, it's like a little bit cyclical. It's like it's a cycle of this abuse, and then we fall into lust, and then we give birth, and then children also fall into the system over and over again.
Yeah.
So how do you cycle out of that? That's the question. How do you get yourself removed from that? Chickens don't have much of a choice. And are we like chickens that where we don't have much of a choice ourselves either? Because the
Well,
system that we are in is more complex. It's like the chicken coop is built for the chickens. This matrix is
it's
built
not
for
complex.
us.
It's not complex. We just got our brains fucked. That's why it's complex for us. You know, that's the fucked up thing. We're in this thing. We're like abused, retarded chickens. So
Okay.
we think
Okay,
this is complex.
either way, you can
No,
say, but if you are,
well,
but
I
okay,
agree
but
with
here's the
you.
thing.
It is complex
But here's
because
the
I'm
thing.
retarded like all of us.
You're well. Let's not degrade ourselves too much. I mean,
I
I
mean,
don't really consider you guys retarded myself,
technically,
but
right?
if you feel that you're retarded as like me, then I don't know how I should respond. Raphael, please save
My, my,
us.
my pronouns for today are retarded and retardee. Um, so, yes, what I would like to bring up is true or not, everyone can verify it for themselves, hopefully. There's something called Ashby's Law of Requisite Variety, which is one of the few things I like about scientific ideas and theories. And it states that any system can only be controlled by an at least equally complex system. Yeah. So
Mhm.
therefore, if we were to understand to any extent the capacity we actually have within our own bodies, or so-called hearts, brains, and whatever else, and consciousness, we would understand each individual, if they allow any of that individuality to manifest or to be acted out, is infinitely complex, and within themselves certainly is infinitely complex, therefore is completely impossible to control. However, if you dumb people down so much, traumatize them so much, and make them believe that they are just these automatons or act like that by applying all of these methods, then of course you can have a control system that actually works quite effectively, simply because the elements, as David has explained, are just basically broken pieces, and the complexity that is inherent to them cannot be expressed because they're so broken up. However, if any of those components would reassemble themselves, however you would put it, reorient themselves, I would actually say it should be I don't know, it's impossible to make any predictions here, but systems theory wise, at least, it would be a given that the system has a very limited lifespan, the matrix, and would have to fall. Because even just have a few
Yeah.
of these continually creating order within themselves against this disorder, and therefore being able to see through and beyond the control system that's set up, which is in a way in another way not very sophisticated. It would mean only a few that in whatever way, shape, or form understand that and distribute this information, and then just some action, which could even be a lot of disengagement from the matrix, as we spoke about, how to just not be the best slave, could even be enough to create at least strong effects, whatever then would happen next, I don't know, but
Yeah, I mean, I think you like articulated that quite well, as so far as I understood it. And one of the things that I would add to that is that you need to offer people, you need to replace the system by offering people another system which like works even better. It's kind of like a form of like capitalism and competition, like if you are in a system that is not, and you come to the realization, hey, you're a slave, and you give all your earnings, and what it comes down to is like, what do we really have, what do we really own? Is our time, energy, and attention. This is the only thing that we have, and we give that away for monetary value, right? But we know that money is like a slow burn anyway. Okay, like you see the system for what it is. You see the money for what it is, which is like, you put it in a bank and then they give you a little bit of an interest, but that's never going to cover for the inflation, which is artificially created. And they're creating all this artificial for, they're in the know of when to make the moves and how to capitalize on all this kind of stuff, because they are the ones who are manipulating the situation. So it's a rigged game. It's like going and playing roulette against the house when they have all the buttons to know where the ball is going to land. You have no idea. You have to get extremely lucky. That's the situation. That's the reality of the matter. So instead of going to the casino and playing roulette as you're forced to do, why don't you come to my house and then I give you no rake and we can play poker and it'll be a skills game. And then if you run out of money, well, I'll give you taxi money and some, food to, whatever, I mean, what I'm saying? It's like, I can provide an alternative system that is going to be even better for you. And then, and it's going to make sense. And I also have to agree that this system is not that difficult to understand as long as you have clarity. Clarity is like, you're not drunk, and you're not so much in the stupor of, going to OnlyFans and watching like, football all the time, whatnot, like having clarity. But in order to have clarity in my mind, you have to be set to want to know what the hell is going on. You have to want to know. If you want to know, you will know the system. If you don't give a fuck about the system, it doesn't matter how talented or intelligent you are, you will never figure it out because you have no desire to figure it out. Period.
Yes, if you're not curious, you will never learn anything. So curiosity is really the only skill that is necessary in life to get anywhere except where the system wants you, I think. There was a question chat about if I put the chicken on the heap. Yeah, bro, you should have seen me. I was really working hard to get these chickens to learn this shit. I put them on the heap. They would just jump right off. But they couldn't jump back on. It was there all day, all week. I tried to put this chicken. I tried everything. I took the chicken, was walking it up the fucking heap, and they would walk with me up the heap, and then inside it would pick a little bit, and then they jump off. I don't know. They didn't feel comfortable, so they just didn't get it. I just really tried really hard. I used all my educational chicken skills that I thought I had. I couldn't get them to learn it. And so that's why I can make these statements, with a little authority. At least in that situation, it kind of seemed that the chickens have a kind of a hard limit there to learning after a certain age. Yeah, the curiosity. I mean, yes. If and I guess as children, we come in here with curiosity. So, And that's what they destroy. Right? That's what they destroy in school. That's what school is not about learning. School is about destroying curiosity. And that's what people mean when they say, yeah, they break you in school. Well, they don't really break you. They just make you not curious anymore. And then the rest of the abuse is, I think, geared toward that end. Because you just become a robot. If you're not curious anymore, what are you? You're just like a chicken who can't jump on the heap. No matter what people try, you just won't feel comfortable trying new things.
Well, yeah, it reminds me of the Truman Show. I mean, I don't know if you guys are familiar with that movie, but like in the movie, they were basically trying to indoctrinate Truman, saying, "Hey, the world is already all. There's nothing to explore. What are you talking about? Like we have the world map already. You know, don't fly. You'll get zapped by a lightning, and then your plane's going to crash. You know, don't go anywhere. You know, this is the best place. You know, and actually, you don't know whether or not this place is the best place if you haven't really seen other places. There's nothing to compare. There's nothing to know because that's the only thing that you do know, right? And then if you have no desire to want to leave, and basically Christopher in the movie, the guy who was the director, he says like nobody can make Truman if he wanted to leave, then nobody can stop him, you know, and which he eventually did because his will was stronger than the environment in which he was placed in. But that's the lesson of humanity, is that you're gonna have to really want it, and as long as you don't want it, then you're going to be given all that which is not yours. You know, how else to say, right? Like, really, they're going to feed you with all the junk that you want or don't want. It doesn't matter because you have no desire to want to go and find something else that is more nourishing. And I'm not just talking about food here, of course. You know, I'm talking about the truth, something of substance, philosophy, the meaning of life, these kind of things. You have to go out and seek it out, and people are actually quite thirsty for it because they've been fed bullshit all their life. And this is the reason why I have righteous indignation at this point. I'm Jesus wanting to flip tables at people and be like, what the fuck's wrong with you, you dumb slave? Like you are the cause of me continuously living in the slave system. You are the order follower, and you're the ones pulling the trigger on people that you don't even know. These are maybe good people. They didn't do anything to you. You're going around and like kicking in doors and telling everybody to shut the fuck up and stuff like this. I mean, like, I'm tired, and I don't want to see the younger generations. Like, I don't have any kids, but my friends do, and I look at their progress and them growing up. One's 20, one is 14, and one is 3 years old, and I look at them and like, what kind of future are you guys going to inherit with more idiots running this place? And I'm angry about that. It might not be my children, but it's somebody's children who's going to be inheriting all this mess, and that's not what I want to see. You know?
Yeah, it's on us. I mean, if someone maybe heard about the Anastasia books, the Ringing Cedars of Russia books by Vladimir Maigret, she makes a point that, or whether she exists or is a character anyway, the message really is we're not able to save this world. We're just not. We're just retarded chickens. What we can do is create an environment where we can bring up children. They will have the capacity to solve these issues. We're just retarded chickens. All we can do is scratch around and create an area where our children can grow up a little bit removed from the slave system. If it's just a little bit, it's already better than what we had. And if they do the same thing and we can transport these values to our children, they can do that again a little bit, and it goes on. And whether that's the next generation or in 2 generations doesn't matter, but that's really all we can do. I'm just talking technically. I'm not trying to step on anyone's toes that they're stupid or anything, but just technically, we are retarded, which just means that we have been stunted in our growth intentionally to not be able to reach our full potential. That's just what retarded means. It means like slowed down in progress. So we're just retarded chickens. We can't expect to change the world and rescue it in just one fell swoop, and I don't think we should aspire to, but we should start the process and make sure it keeps on going. And realistically, that will be with the next generation that grows up a little bit less retarded, or even unretarded. I mean, can you imagine the fucking humans that come out of an unhindered growth process? It'll be like like Michael Tessarant said the other day, there is no technical reason why not every human being shouldn't be a completely enlightened mystical being, aka Jesus. The only reason we are not is we get our wings clipped as children. So, does Jesus exist? I don't give a fuck. Let's all become Jesus again. He clearly was onto something, and let's just follow up on that instead of sitting in a fucking stone house reading a fucking book, singing after some old man in a dress. Let's get the fuck going and become, get the working, have the
Yeah,
direction
get active.
towards where we want to go, know where we want to go. Yes, I don't think we can save the world, but we take the steps towards that direction, and our children will be the ones who finish it up, either them or their children. Just being realistic, because if all of the smartest people in this world today came together, and all the best people and all came together, and they were planning and brainstorming for 5 years, they couldn't come up with a fraction of the shit that 10 of children could come up with in a week that grew up without all the shit. Right? It's pretty unrealistic to say that,
Right.
because we're just fucking retarded. If you look at children, like, okay, here's an example. I saw this meme on Twitter, right? So you have like this drinking juice carton, right? And it has like this little straw, and you can kind of wiggle it around on the top, right? So usually you insert the straw with a wiggly bit at the top, and then when it's close to empty, you kind of have to do gymnastics to get the last bit out, right? So that's how us, the retarded people, use this device. And so this guy on Twitter was like saying, this is how retarded me uses this device. Now here is my daughter, enlightened being. And so she would just turn the straw around, insert the long end, insert the short, the wiggly end, and then it would just, can you see it, right? Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's just
Yeah.
fucking simple, right? But we're just so retarded, we just don't fucking see it. So that's just very simple. But just imagine this applied at scale when they grow up, when they're older, when they're smarter, unretarded, the world's going to be a different place. So I think that's our mission, really, of our generation, to create a space where the next generation can grow up unretarded. That's necessary, and that's all we have to do.
I'm all for unretarded children. All for it. Less. We gotta save them from all the chemicals. We gotta save them from all the jabbies. We gotta save them from all the things that want to poison them to make them retarded. Actually, I mean that's a part of the agenda is to make them retarded in the chemical sense, in the biological sense. Raphael, you've been quite quiet over there. Do you want to chime in here?
I enjoy the stories. Yeah, I mean, all of what you said, I think that's actually a viable long-term plan. How far we get into short-term, it'll be up to us. And ultimately, what at least today everyone needs to learn, and even here there's different definitions, but in the proper sense, simply defense against the dark arts, quote unquote, because we are surrounded, in this shark pond, or however you want to put it, and within this matrix. And there's just a whole set of skills that deliberately don't get taught, as we've discussed. And everyone, no matter what age, can get up to speed on that and then just distribute that to their peers and their children. And then, of course, within 1-2 generations, we would also have the unfettered, let's say, processing capacity of the humans incarnating. And then it would be a quick and easy job for them, if any at all, to clean up whatever there's left to clean up, quote unquote, or transform the system, especially if they've grown up in non-abusive relationships, because then there's no incentive or even idea or inspiration to start recreating them again, and most likely very, very strong opposition and understanding if anyone would in later life try to force an abusive relationship upon them. So yeah.
Okay, well, I guess we got it all figured out, guys. The system is too fucked to do anything, and then we got to go and make a parallel a system, and then once you try to go and make a parallel system, we hope to God that the insane people will not scud us to death, and send in the Marines and destroy everything because they
That
just
was the other
love
thought I had.
competition, don't they?
Exactly. That was the
They
other thought
because
I had. Yeah.
Well, there's an
yeah, I
easy
mean,
solution.
yeah.
Yeah, the easy solution
Oh,
here.
is there? Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
tell us, please, David.
very easy, easy. So, like I said, we're retarded chickens technically. Now we can project intention, right? Even though we're kind of retarded, but we can keep rice from going moldy, right? We talked about that. We can we have psionic abilities. We have clairvoyance. We can have visions. We can train this shit. Even us, completely, utterly retarded, we can train this shit, right? You have to put in some effort, but it is kind of in the hardware. Now imagine, like I say, I mean, these old fuckers with the Scots, yeah, they had some people that they trained. But think about the level that they can get them at. They are hard capped at kind of military grade what retarded chickens can do, right? Yeah, they get their chickens trained and they can do remote viewing and all that shit. But at what level, right? Okay. Better than us? Yeah, sure. They can torture them and make them train really hard, but it's a certain limit. Now imagine because they have to keep that limit because if they know of course how to get better super soldiers, but if they did that super soldiers would just destroy them because now they had full abilities and wouldn't not really like getting told what to do by old fat man in a bunker eating blood or whatever, right? You get what I'm saying? Like they can't really get to the full potential of their super soldier slaves because then they would become kind of obsolete and they would just turn the world around and like get done with this shit. So when I'm saying the next generation that grows up unretarded will have different capacities to solve our problems, what I mean is they don't just have the two hands to do shit. Like even we can fucking project intention. And there's people who can train to do psychokinesis, pyrokinesis, co-location, all that shit, even in our generation. And that's probably because they grew up in an environment that was less retarded. Obviously, like dolphin birth and indigo children, all that shit, right? It's real. It's just not at scale. But as soon as it becomes a critical mass and these people get together, they have to the thing is, I don't know what will happen. But all I know is just if even we have these abilities and we're just completely fucked, and even we have it,
Well,
I'm
I
pretty
think the
optimistic.
main issue.
Right? I'm
Sorry
pretty
to
optimistic.
interject,
Yeah.
but go ahead. Finish your thought first, and then let
Well,
me interject.
well, I'm just saying, like the challenge is, of course, getting to that point where the children grow up, obviously, but there's a certain, let's say, people call it like the guardian angel phenomenon or something, right? And maybe there's other entities that like protect or whatever. So again, for me, it's like completely out of my reality. I just intellectually know some of these things, and I think they're very likely and very probable. I don't have firsthand experience with most of it, but I think they're likely and probably enough that they will have an impact on the likeliness of this project succeeding. It's just that if no one's attempting it at scale, it doesn't matter what the positive reinforcing cofactors are.
Yeah, so like basically what we're talking about is what could be and what the potentiality is. It's a little bit speculative, and I don't disagree on the sense that an attempt has to be made. But the main thing is about organization. We have a lot of loose parts here and there, loose ideas here and there, but how to bring it all together? Because we can talk, until the cows come home, and then we talk about like a breakaway civilization. There are other people, like the people who are doing the whole Cedars of Russia. They're actually creating communities, and there's intentional communities. And I've been a part of that conversation before, and I do think that's a viable solution. Is that the only solution? I'm not sure. I mean, maybe we need to have like a covert operations of ourselves, of the people who are within the system, kind of like Jerry Marzinski as an example. I had an interview with Jerry Marzinski. He went through the system. He was, a clinical psychologist, worked for big pharma, worked for big industry, and then he came out and he became a whistleblower. We need more people like him as an example to topple the system, because he's basically saying that it's corrupt, as we have already always suspected. But we, as kind of laymen, non-expert, clinically, non-expert type individuals, like we have no degrees behind it. Like our say has no merit, more or less. I mean, it has merit to the people who listen to us, but in the wide scale of things, the only reason that the academia and the government and these people with PhDs have any kind of weight is because we say that there is something behind all of that, you know. But of course, a lot of these people are made up of charlatans as well. You know, they're just grifters, no different, but they're official ones. They're the official ones, right? So, like just putting all the pieces together and trying to organize the whole thing is also a little bit of a daunting task. Like I agree with everything that everybody's saying. It's just that putting a tangible plan in order would be very nice to have, at least, you know.
Well, I think even for practical matters, so there are all kinds of, different movements. You've mentioned some. Just because I interviewed him recently, Dr. Shiva has this also a network built up where they try to do different types of science. Other people are doing all kinds of other activities, big or small scale. I do believe ultimately the idea of having it organized by intuition, or I like to call it the, how you want to say, cosmic intelligence service, or however, may actually be the most superior form of organization ultimately, and synchronicity. Of course, this can now, to some, be just a woo-woo term, others know it's real. It may also have to do with a certain voltage and awareness of each individual, whereas then, at least I believe this can be observed in group events or something, where you can see if people are on a certain level of consciousness and awareness and knowing and intuition, they start to cooperate in a different way. I like to call this like frictionless communication, where either it's just easy to talk to each other, or it's even just like people know this. Oh, I noticed you need this, so they already came to do it or that, or they didn't even consciously think of anything, but it just happens so to be that they just follow whatever comes up for them naturally, and that was exactly what was needed, and there wasn't even any need for explicit communication. So I really also see that this is something that could be reached through an individual pathway, whereas then, and again, it sounds woo-woo in a sense, but I would say it is real enough, also from my own experience, you do have a certain type of acceleration of your reality, and whatever it is then you want to progress in, and this can include networking with other individuals or building whatever it is you want to build, there will be a path where it was naturally lead you along, and that is actually much superior to having any type of Agenda 2030 that is centralized as we do have today. Because as you can see, they even have all the money in the world behind it, and who knows how many think tanks. And while they do, in a sense, achieve great oppression and so on already, seen from a different perspective, their progress and everything is incredibly slow. They get no organic growth. It's like a joke. So anyhow, having any type of real centralized plan or idea, or saying, oh, everyone agrees on this, I'm not even sure if at this point this is the thing that is necessary, but rather that everyone would just up their own frequency, energy, yeah, and then just do what is best for them intuitively. And I have the impression, at least, or maybe it's just a naive hope, that there is a greater organizing force at work anyhow. At least I believe I wouldn't have come as far as I've come so far without that. Yeah, but again, that can also just be self-delusion. Who knows and how to check it? Who's keeping the statistics?
Yeah, I mean, I would consider that faith, what you're talking about, and having some trust in the whole process of things, you know. And obviously, none of us here is going to have the most objective view of everything and be able to see everything for what it is. But we are trying to know as much as we can know. I think this is the like maybe like a pioneering type of spirit of wanting to, hey, let's go fuck around and like find out really what's the edges, let's see the boulders, let's go towards the cliff and let's see what the where we start to fall off or not, so shall we take one more break and then come back to last segment? How do you guys feel about the timing of things?
Sounds good. Sounds
Okay.
good.
All right.
All right, so we'll take one more break over here, and then we'll come into our last segment. Everybody, stay with us. We are having a wonderful conversation here with Raphael and David, and I will share a little bit of music. All right. Well, I'm back. At least we'll be waiting for David and Raphael. Sometimes the musical choice cannot be, how do I say? Like we can't make everybody happy with the choices that we make with music. So I appreciate Oki in my chat for saying that this song is trash. We appreciate your comment, by the way, and you can always press that mute button if it is hurting your ears, of course. So, just saying, right? But everybody's got an opinion, just like we got assholes. So, continuing on with the conversation here. Yeah, so like the real issue of like humanity is that we're in a system, we're in a matrix of some kind. Maybe there are multiple layers of the slave system. You know, like maybe the dark entities want to like use us for loosh energy. You know, like negative energy, like demons, like siphon this negative energy for their, I don't know, to sustain themselves in some way. I'm not sure. I have to believe that God created this system for whatever reason. And if such things do exist, like vampires, werewolves, and demonic entities who are sucking your energy in this way, there must be a reason why it exists. I don't know. Somebody tells me. Somebody tell me what they think about it. You know, do you think such entities exist? Like this idea of loosh. You guys heard about this, right? Loosh. Have you guys heard about it?
Yes.
Do you think? Yeah. Go ahead.
So I think, to my knowledge, the Carlos Castaneda books have popularized the term loosh pretty much. I'm not sure if they were the first ones to mention it, but they were talking about loosh and the Wetico, the entities, the dark flyers, and the Wetico mind virus. Yeah, I think it's at least a useful metaphor to think about certain interactions and mechanics in this world. I'm not sure if it is exactly like that, but it could be, just because I don't have a first-hand experience with any Vertigo or any dark flyer entities, but it's just in terms of the loosh as being a metaphor of energy being sucked out. For example, sometimes when I am on a video call and I'm sharing something that is really close to my heart and that's really important to me, I'm passionate about, and I'm really trying to get it transported and wrapped in the best words, so it just arrives in the most clear way. Sometimes when I do that, I get real cold and I start to shiver. And that doesn't happen when I'm on a normal video call, like for the job or something, right? And I read other people talk about this phenomena, and I thought about it. And I think what's happening is that sometimes we kind of overshare our energy. Like we talked about projecting intention and projecting energy. And I think in this instance, I'm just kind of basically oversharing my energy because I'm too excited about a certain topic and I really want the other party to get the full benefit of the information. And so what is really happening, I think, when we talk is we actually telepathically sending the images. It's just that because we're not used to that, we use the words to connect the attention. So while I talk and talk and talk, you focus on me and I'm sending you the images, right? We kind of brain connect, or we use the words to distract ourselves from looking somewhere else. Like I'm kind of capturing attention, and Raphael too. But we're doing that subconsciously. And I think what can happen is we just, instead of kind of meeting in the middle, right, the attention and the receiver and the sender, they're actually both active. So the listener is active with his attention here, and the speaker is active with his attention here. And in a balanced exchange, what happens is you meet exactly in the middle, and the images jump over, kind of, right? Now, what happens, because we're not really trained to do that, or we're not brought up in these dynamics that exist, what happens is if someone is sharing, either they, in my case, sometimes I overshare, and the other person is, I don't know what that feels for the other person. Maybe they feel overwhelmed. I don't know. But I kind of feel jittery and I get a little bit cold, which makes me think I'm probably losing energy. So I'm probably way over target. And what can also happen is you get this typical fight for energy dynamic where you basically, the speaker tries to hog the time. And then as soon as he makes a little pause, someone else jumps in. Now I want to talk, right? Because he wants the attention of the listener. And you have that often in groups or in circles where there's not really an awareness for these things, or where it's even shunned to talk about these topics. Then you have this typical war for attention dynamic going on, which is really because we're all little children craving for attention. So it's very easy. You have that in like the typical hippie circle. To make decisions always ends up as a battle for attention, and nothing really gets decided because everyone just wants to be listened to, right? We all want to be heard. So but the ideal, like there's many maybe other templates of how this can go wrong, but like the balanced way is when it just feels right. You don't feel you're losing energy, you don't feel you're gaining energy. It just feels like, well, actually you do feel like you're gaining energy, because when the balance is right, it feels like a free energy device. Both parties
I see it
feel,
like lasers somehow. If they're properly aligned, then it's like a,
yeah, then it's
it's
like when it's
reinforcing.
actually aligned, it's like a standing wave resonance, where then just you're putting very little energy in, but it just starts, it's just it's like the self resonance, and it just, wow, both people. That's
Like
like when you,
amplifies.
yes, that's like when you talk to a person and afterwards you say something like, my soul feels nourished, or I feel so full now, right? That's because you hit the right spot, and you kind of both spilled over into each other's whatever, right? So in that term, I'm very sure luge is real. And the negative aspect of all of this is, of course, you can also suck off. So if you and that's a whole technicality, and that's a whole technology, and methods and artworks, like so. Yes, I'm very sure that exists. I experience it in the positive aspect, but I'm pretty sure that that makes it absolutely possible that all these black arts and all that shit, that absolutely exists too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as for me, like, I can have conversations with people where I feel like I'm high, afterwards or during, like I feel like I'm on another level, in terms of like, my headspace. And there's some conversations I have with people where I feel completely drained, like after I'm done with the I don't know, YouTube panel or whatnot, and I'm just like, "Oh my gosh, I just need I'm just sitting in my bed just like, I don't know what happened, but it just feels like everything is taken out of me," And so there are definitely situations like that, can I control it? I guess to a degree. I mean, like, there are people like I have open panels, as you guys know, and then sometimes anybody can come up, and people just kind of want to take over, and they want to dominate, and it's not like I can't control the situation if I don't want to, but sometimes I kind of allow them to just spurg off just to see what my tolerance level is. I want to know what my limit is, just to see, yeah, at what point do I really, okay, at this point I really had enough. It's more than enough now. Now it's more, not even an excuse anymore. It's like must get rid of this individual now at this point.
Yeah, props to you for hosting open panels. Anyone who's got something cool to say, check it out next time. I'm not sure if I could handle that, but yeah, I'm sure that's a great exercise and practice in unto itself. And of course, highly interesting to then see, just individuals revealing maybe even just whatever attention-seeking behavior, not even judging anyone for it, but that is a study and a thing in and of itself, even also for viewers. So it's yeah, well, to some people like me, everything
It's
is a psychological study, I guess, in some sense. Study of the soul,
well,
as they would
yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely. And it's a really a fascinating dynamics. Like this is like kind of new technology in a way. I mean, like new, relatively speaking, in terms of history of us being able to connect, like across the borders on the internet and be able to talk face to face. We couldn't have imagined it like, I don't know, 30 years ago, or something like that. Star Trek, like, But with that, anybody can become, I don't know, like a podcaster, yeah, I mean, or whatever, right? Like, and then, we are, kind of LARPing. I'm not sure how else to put it. Like, maybe, that's another way to actually just say it for what it is. Maybe I'm LARPing over here. Maybe I'm LARPing as a, I don't know, whoever this character is, and we're interacting with other characters who are also LARPing as who they are. I don't really
I mean,
fucking know
sure,
you
but
guys. I have never met you.
yeah, but the thing is, I mean, I've met a few individuals, but I've met David, for example. We could now, David, we can now conspire as to the reality of our existence, or the faked reality. But what I would rather say is, isn't that, in my view at least, isn't everyone just LARPing anyways, even just with this personality that we are given temporarily, at least a large aspect of it? I do sense there is some kind of a core and so on, but yeah, that's more how I see it anyhow. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, it can you can have fun with it, you can roll with it, or you can deny it, or you can live up to whatever this is, because like really what it comes down to is what is the intention. Like I like to see the numbers go up and say, hey, there's 56 viewers here, and that's great. And sometimes I see 90 people or 80 people in the audience, and it makes me feel like I'm contributing in some way. Maybe it's part entertainment, maybe it's part informational, maybe it's a combination of things, but anyways, like when people say like, oh, I don't care about the numbers, I don't care about the views, I think they're kind of lying to themselves in a way. Like they say, oh, I don't really care if I have 60 subscribers or 600, it doesn't really matter. I'm not sure how entirely true that really is.
Well, to be specific on that, like you said, it also depends on the intention. Of course, on the one hand, it's good, how should I say, not to pander to the audience to an extent where like, oh, I'm only doing this, or basically I'm doing something I wouldn't do for views, or I'm doing something I don't think is correct or true or right or something. That's the one thing. But from the flip side, it's more like, well, of course, in a sense, are still limited, but still, I would want a lot of people to see it, or at least, let's say, those who would really benefit from it. I want all of those to see it, ideally, just because then it is effective. And if, again, the goal is to help each other to gain more awareness, then I know if they were helped at all with it, there will be some kind of an interaction within the system at some point, where then I will benefit from the next step that they could take quicker, because I could provide something of value to them that helped them, make progress faster or whatever, or do a step they wouldn't have figured out themselves as quickly. Yeah. So it's a common effort in a sense, even though there's no one exactly keeping check in that sense. And also, you never know, you may have 5 viewers and one of them has a true realization that benefits their life immensely. So it's also not that you can directly measure the value on views, but just in terms of effectiveness and intention, I think it is perfectly important even to care about that to some extent.
David, do you have any thoughts on wanting to be popular, finding the balance between popularity and having quality content?
I mean, yeah. So yes, I mean, I think if it's a different situation, like either you kind of sharing a message that you feel is important to people, or you share, conversations, having conversations in the public. That's I think it's different than just projecting a false persona. But in both cases, you obviously want to have large reach because what you think what you're doing is worth sharing, either to make money or to share your message with people. So yeah, if you're doing something that involves having an audience, it is totally mandatory that you have reach. So I don't think it is bad in any case to aspire to do that, to have reach, because otherwise, why are you doing it? I mean, if you don't want reach, then don't do something that needs reach. That's my take on it.
Yeah.
Like, you can't be a dancer and then judge yourself for dancing, right?
Right. unless you're just dancing alone, and then you can judge yourself whether, you're in a locked room and you're just dancing by yourself and nobody's watching you dance, and I guess you can still judge whether or not you're a good dancer. I don't know. I mean, like, the
Of course, now
psychology of that, but, like, there's a
yeah, no, my point is, when we talked about these energy dynamics of sharing energies and of reciprocating energies and of finding the actual vibrating point of where the energy becomes more than the input. And so, of course, you can dance in the dark, but every stage musician knows that there's a certain point where you vibe. We call that vibing, right? Vibing with people, vibing with the audience is just when you get the standing wave and the energy becomes more than the input. And that's, if you're a dancer, sure, you can dance alone, but it probably just means you have stage fright or something. Or, I mean, I'm not want to judge, but I'm just saying that the interaction with an audience, or even, I'm personally, I don't like being on stage, right? But I like the energy interaction. So what I really love to do is play instruments with my friends, jamming. Like, I take the drums, or take the jaw harp, or take the shaker, right? And we vibing in this energy exchange like that. It's like a conversation, only like everyone is talking at the same time, but the interplay in the conversation becomes in improvising dynamically across the rhythm and across the melody and the harmonics, right? So, but of course, for a stage musician, it is pretty similar. It's just you have a more formal relationship. You have the it's more like a master slave dynamic, right? You have like the sender and the receiver. With a school and a teacher, you have the sender, the teacher, and the receiver, right? In a conversation, you have a more of a dynamic configuration. And again, like in a jamming circle, in a drum circle, you have a more of a dynamic configuration. But in all cases, it is an energy exchange dynamic. And even right now, we have like a dynamic energy exchange, and then we have the exchange right now with the chat. That is also a back and forth, but the chat also has its own exchange dynamic in, like, with itself right now, right? And there's a connection, us and the chat, feedback back and forth. So yeah, I mean, if you're doing this, you probably like that back and forth feedback. So I don't see at all why anyone would seriously judge that, because it's just super cool and interesting to experience all these energy dynamics and exchanges in my mind.
And in terms of psychology and organizational theory, or whatever, to use big words, what the thought that came to my mind was how great it is not only that we can connect to anyone, but it's not like I'm looking up in the phone book and looking for someone in, I think you're in India, Naj, and I'm like, oh, let's see if he wants to be my pen pal or something. But actually, especially because for whatever reason, I mean, the topics we discuss have become more popular. However, the way that we are talking here and certain topics we are discussing are not popular enough. So anyhow, there's a limited amount, or a, how we would say it, target group, even in terms of like who would I contact. And I guess you reached out, Nudge, because of the David interviews. So anyhow, these connections can happen, and in a way, imagine it would take you forever, or it would be impossible to find the proper individuals in India for me now that I could do this podcast properly with, or invited to, as in your case. But because we are all connected, and it's, I want to say segregated, not really, but everyone can opt into all these interests they have. It's also incredibly self-organizing in a different way. So I just wanted, like, kind of point out what incredible benefit there is, because if you would have to find these matches in a structured way or a top-down way, you would probably spend millions of dollars literally to be able to get anything going. But the way it is set up now, these things can just occur quite effortlessly.
Yeah, and it's very organic, because, like, I mean, like, for me, like, my interest and curiosity brought me to you guys, more or less, and how I first got into David Ewing Jr.'s work is through Tartaria, And then how did I get into Tartaria? It's because of like flamenco. And how did I get into flamenco? Because I've had Russian friends and girlfriends. So it's kind of like a whatever, it's like all kinds of weird twists and turns.
But
And
what is
we're all just,
consistent is your motivation, to your desire to know, as you said earlier. And that is
oh
the
yeah,
core point, I think.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's been the rhythm or the heartbeat of the whole shebang. So far is me wanting to just, I have this kind of personality. It's like, if there's a box and I just need to take everything out. I just need to just dig, 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 and then get to the bottom of it as much as I possibly can, and then and organize things afterwards. And but we need to categorize things and put them in order, put them in different spots, and then put it back together, I guess. But we're working in a system within a system within a system. Is kind of the way I kind of look at it. Because like it's like there it's layered in different ways. And I don't know. I think it's a lifelong journey as far as I'm concerned. But one of the things I actually wanted to talk about, this is something that came up in my mind, is about like some people claim and some people say, well, truth should be free, right? Truth should be free. Like, and this is another topic. I think this is kind of important to put on the table, at least for this panel anyway, because different people have different strategies about it. In India, like with a genuine guru, there is a thing called guru dakshana, which means that you give donation to the guru. It's not charged traditionally, but you are lucky to be initiated by a genuine guru because they're the ones who pick you. They say that you are talented, you are willing to learn, and they choose the disciple, and that disciple, of course, they're going to be willing. Then they have a relationship, and the guru, like, give all their knowledge and understanding to the disciple. And then as the disciple grows, and if they're capable of, they're going to do this guru dakshana, which is a donation. But it's not like a pay plan. It's not like a tuition. It does not work that way. Of course, within the truth community, I was over at my friend's channel, and we were talking about like THC, which is the higher side chats. And I used to listen to him quite a bit, but he's almost like completely behind the paywall nowadays, and he has quite a bit of a following, as we know. And then I used to listen to this other guy by the name of Rinse. So I was an avid listener of Rense, Rense. He has a radio program. He also has a website and such. So, but these are paywalls. So too, you have to pay a subscription. And some of my friends are a part of a radio program who also you have to pay for the subscription. So what are your thoughts on what's the balance, like how do you work within the system? What is right and wrong in regards to paywalls and dissemination of truth, and or even charging absurdly a large amount of money for so-called truth, though, too, is also on the table for, is that correct or not correct, or what to do, right? Anybody want to take that?
So I would first approach it from a practical point of view, because although in much of the truth or alternative content, we may speak of the potential of different relationships, and of course, to the best of the ability, enact them, still, I don't think anyone can truly claim they are completely free of the matrix or the capitalist system. So if we were to apply that measure even to any extent, then it would just, on the first hand, just be a question of value, because anything else you want to get anywhere, you are exchanging value. You need to put something on the table if you want to have a coffee or whatever. Unless, of course, there's great hospitality somewhere, but even there is reputation and other factors that come in. But generally speaking, it's a value exchange question. So I would just say, well, those that perceive they are able to gain that value, then for those it would be perfectly appropriate to enter into that subscription or whatever else. And the argument or the big question actually is, only because information is perfectly free, unfortunately, as to what I can observe, doesn't necessarily mean it is spreading faster and doesn't necessarily mean it is implemented more effectively. Unfortunately, at least that's my observation so far. So even here, there may be a gradient or something, or there may be even the idea of, okay, building up momentum within, for example, even a corporate structure to be able to gain energy and momentum and accumulate resources. And then in the second step, start distributing knowledge and information. Of course, it doesn't mean that while I'm building that up or having a subscription model, I'm looking to abuse, exploit, and so on individuals. There's still standards there. But just from a practical point of view, I think it's a perfectly viable thing. And the other issue is, again, thinking about how many things you do pay and how many times are you paying for straight out lies, or it's just people that deliberately want to confuse you, and you're probably paying them lots more in all kinds of different ways. And so then if you don't value whatever you maybe consider as relevant or truth content, if people complain about that it's not free, so they must think it's relevant or important, and you're not willing to put any of your available resources into that, then I'm like, well, obviously there the scales also is unbalanced. So I don't see why people would complain. Aside, and all of this encapsulated in the idea, I'm generally all for, however, everything should possibly be free as much as possible. But as I just explained, I think there are practical limits also if you want to create something that is sustainable. Because otherwise you can have people, oh, I'm putting away all for free, because they maybe don't have decades of brainwashing as with the guru, that you give the donation. This is the part you didn't mention, quote unquote, that there is a background in built up belief system behind that already. Then it can just make sense setting up a subscription or whatever you want, just to have it a sustainable thing. If you cannot rely on people just donating to you like they're already trained to do with the guru in the example that you gave, because I'm sure the guru wouldn't keep doing that if they realized over 2 generations, well, we can't even afford to fix the door. I'm pretty sure that the donation-based model ultimately in their situation is probably even superior than the average amount they could charge whatever Indian tourist that would come along. You see what I'm saying? So
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, like, I mean, there's a couple factors. I mean, I 100% agree with you. I mean, if there's no money coming in, the practical sense of like you can't even eat and like like and function in a society as a guru or whatnot, and then like you go down, you're gonna run out, and then you can't put your time and attention on spirituality, when you can't even barely function. So but in the past, like traditionally speaking, it was like quite an honor to be selected in the first part, and it was like like a big pride to like give as much as you possibly can for this donation, because like what is the value of genuine spirituality? I mean, can you put a price tag on that? Of like quote unquote enlightenment or moksha or liberation? You can't. David, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, how did we end up following around an old man and paying him for authentic spirituality from what we just talked about for like 3-4 hours? I don't understand.
I don't know. You tell me.
no, we're talking about the idea of truth being free or not and the different models. So I just
I
brought
know,
it up.
but I just think like a guru in India is just the worst example for that, because he literally is not even in the system. He's just walking around, a bunch of people following him, and they're just hoping they're just paying and praying, right? They're just hoping for the best. It's like the church offering absolution for payment. It's just, for me, I mean, you don't have to agree with me, but I think where is the authentic spirituality in following around a guru and donating money to him? If anyone can explain that to me, because I don't see it at all. Like just because he is on a path himself, it doesn't mean it rubs off on people that give him money. Like, how does that even work?
No, no. Yeah, yeah. So there's a couple things I think that should be clear. One thing, I'm talking about a genuine individual, not some grifter, not somebody who is labeling themselves as like Baba and dressing the part. There has like traditionally speaking, like guru means like the person who like shines the light in the darkness. Okay, that's what a guru means. But it's actually not just a random title that anybody can give to anybody. It comes down in tradition. Okay, so far as I understand, at least the way I've been told. And these people were like, kind of like accomplished in their own way. They were like professors, in their own right, and yeah, just because somebody is labeled guru and people follow them, that doesn't necessarily make them like an authority of anything. But people did see them as authority in the past, and people did think of them as like revered, like saintly in a lot of ways, and their conduct also reflected that. Now, is that the case nowadays? I don't think so. I think there are a lot of grifters nowadays, and to find the genuine guru nowadays is like trying to find a needle in a haystack type of situation. Okay, so the example that I was giving in terms of like if there was such an individual who was authentic in terms of their teaching and in terms of their understanding of spirituality, it was a big honor to be selected as a disciple because you want to know the truth. And it was a big honor to be able to give a portion of your, let's say, inheritance to these individuals so that this teaching can continue. That's all. So I wasn't talking about all everyone who labels themselves as gurus or babas and stuff like that.
Okay.
99% of the time, they're all fake. So,
Okay, yeah.
just keep that in mind.
Right. So, oh, by the way, does that sound good like this? Is that okay? Can you hear me fine? Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, so um I keep going back when you say it like that. So I have two images in mind. One is like, the typical dude who is like holding his arm in the air for 30 years, right? And people following around like he's like God himself and like throwing roses and money at him. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? This guy's just
Well,
do
yeah,
make
like do you don't consider that person to be a genuine guru? I wouldn't either. I mean, that's like a little bit of like a trickster myself. But go ahead.
right. Like that's just one of the images. So that's like the bad extreme. It's like, okay, guys, this guy's just making his life an experiment, and that's cool and all. It's like just Buckminster Fuller. He's like, I wonder what happens if I hold my arm in the air all the time, and then things happen, right? But that doesn't mean it will rub off on anyone or it even is anything. And then on the other end, I'm thinking of like, think of the movies Ip Man, which was the teacher of, oh, I think we lost Nachiketa here.
No, just go on.
Okay, so think of the movies about Ip Man, which was the teacher of Bruce Lee, and it is he has like this. He's like there's like 5 movies about him. Do check him out, guys. They're really good. They are a lot about morals and journey of the hero, and all kinds of good stuff. But anyway, he opens a school, and when he comes to the city at first, he's a young man. He wants to open a school and teach fighting. He's a kung fu fighter. He wants to teach, and so all these like riffraff from the street want to join his school, learn to fight in the street and be the tough guys, right? But he doesn't want to take them because he says, if you want to join my school as a student, you have to have a job. You can't be some kind of bum dragon dancer, and you can't be a troublemaker, and you have to pay your fee in advance. But also he kind of is modeling that behavior that he's getting paid. Like he is providing a service and he's getting paid, and he has contracts with the students that makes it so that he is actually offering a secure platform. Like it's not just like, maybe today I have money, maybe tomorrow I don't, right? He's like creating a space for his students, and there's responsibility to also, there's a protective space because there's a bunch of gangsters in the city who want to shut the school down, want to go after his students and go protection money and all the racket, right? And so he has to deal with that shit, and his students pay him to provide that space so they can learn. But if they betray him by becoming street fighters and starting a bunch of trouble, he'll just kick him out. So, but why am I saying all this, right? Like, if you're a donation-based student, you can't be kicked out, basically. So the teacher has really no control. He just has to take anyone. Well, maybe I guess I'm not really making sense but I wanted to point to this like movie where it's like he's not just taking on anyone, which is aligning with what you said, but at the same time, he is requiring real commitment and real responsibility. He's requiring his students to have their life in order and to be able to have that shit figured out. He's not just taking any bum off the street, because that's like the first test that he's putting his students to, is like, have a stable income. I don't care how you do it, as long as you're not a criminal, right? You don't have to be in the matrix or whatever, but have a stable income. So we have that exchange and that contract with each other, meaning we also have a stable relationship that you commit to, then I commit to you. So I think in that way, it's not even so much about the money, it's more about the exchange and the committing to that
Right.
being stable, right?
Yeah. So like let me just interject real quick, because like this is how I envision it. Whether you're a teacher of martial art or spirituality or some alchemy or whatnot, um, like the people who are like who have dedicated their lives for that subject, let's just say, that becomes more important to them than themselves. I mean, it's like it's beyond them, it's like above them in a sense, so they're not really interested in the exchange. What they want is the continuation of this knowledge, and they're looking for people who are dedicated enough to be able to like actually absorb that information, because like whatever field that you go into, even chess, like I mean, it would take a lifetime for an individual to learn all the openings and all this kind of stuff. Even still, theories are being worked out, and you can dedicate your whole life, even now, with all the computers and stuff, and you will still not be a master at it, so like that's just a very easy example, not to mention of the occult examples that I'm talking about. Like generally speaking, like with spirituality and like kung fu and like alchemy and stuff, they had to go underground, because actually what happened is, according to Uspensky was a follower of Gurdjieff. You've heard about Gurdjieff. Gurdjieff was a Armenian guy, Russian. He traveled around. He went to Tibet. He went over to, and then he wanted to learn all these kind of mystic arts, and he did. And he was a kind of a mystical man himself. Uspensky was considered a intellectual. Moscow. He was an editor. He was the chief editor of the largest newspaper in Moscow back in early 1900s. Okay, he's not a guy to be joked around with. He was very intelligent, but he was very much interested in the occult stuff. So he wanted to go into like Freemasonry or other occult organizations, but only reason that he did not is because he was a publisher. He wanted to write books, and basically he had to give a vow of silence and say, "Hey, if we're gonna teach you this, you have to sign like a non-disclosure agreement, and not just paying shit off. We're gonna kill you. You're not gonna live if you share this information." And he had problems with that. That's why he never committed to any of these organizations, even though he was curious, and he had full capacity to learn all the occult stuff. He was an intellectual, high IQ, part of the newspaper and all of this. He found Gurdjieff, and he became like the right hand man of Gurdjieff. Gurdjieff, the mystical guy, the guru, the modern guru of that time, and then you have Uspensky, who was basically the organizer, who organized all the books, and he was able to organize the people, like uh, uh, so what I'm getting at is that the information that these people have is beyond them, and they rather see the continuation of this information. It's not so much of the money. Money helps, but these people don't seem to really need much. It's like poets, like they can survive anything except for a misprint. Have you ever heard this? you know so So yeah, and then there are other people who are grifters, and then the grifters are the ones who are saying, "Okay, I'm going to give you a little bit of a breadcrumb here and there. I might know a little bit of this," but they are reliant on the donations. They're reliant on the paywall to survive. So what takes precedence? What is the priority? Is it the information itself, or is it the money itself? What stands on top is the question, right?
So taking out the grifters, which I guess that goes back to having discernment and kind of knowing yourself and knowing the crevasses you can fall into to avoid them.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then you have the other category. One is someone who has genuine ability and knowledge to share, and who has decided to make that his main job, which puts him into a kind of a difficult situation. Like, it's basically he puts himself into a continuous test of character to not let himself be corrupted by that, right? So it's like a choice to take that path. It's not necessarily bad, but it can corrupt a person, because it can then over time make you take certain choices that makes you less and less independent or whatever, right? I mean, you know what I'm talking about. And then the other person is the one who has dedicated his life, reached the pinnacle of mastership, has stable cash flow anyway, and is now just taking a very limited number of students and doesn't require them to pay anything, but puts very harsh requirements in terms of abilities and tests on them, right? And then I guess it's kind of the third one is just like using the tuition as a test itself. You know, doesn't need the money, but he knows that having money, like being able to pay the tuition, is a test of character in itself. That was kind of the type I was referring to with the Ip Man movie. So he went that route, and also he made it his job. So it kind of was a hybrid there. But so if someone is on a paywall, doesn't necessarily mean he is true or is untrue. It just means you have to watch out for his character.
Yeah.
And even then, you know, even he might be an asshole, he might still have good information and ability. Maybe it's best to watch out for things that are left out, or intentions. I mean, yeah, Raphael is laughing because like you can learn something for anyone, and that's true.
I know it's multi-dimensional thing, like you're saying. So it's not.
It is, but it's just like, hey, we all always try to optimize towards efficiency, and if you
It's a
just
matter of perspective, though, too. You know, because an asshole to one individual may not be an asset to another individual, though, right? So, like, and we're not exactly the same for everybody. Like for example, even myself, you know, there's some people that I get along with, and some people I don't get along with, and those people whom I don't get along with will look at me as like, he's such a son of a bitch, you know, that guy, and other people look at me as like, man, that guy is so nice, so patient, and you know, they're gonna have completely different perspective about me, you know. But anyway, Raphael, I know you got to get going, so please share your final thoughts with us, and I think we're gonna probably wind it down over here, anyways. Go ahead.
I don't think I have any grand conclusions. I like what everyone said. I'd like to thank the chat for participating and sharing their thoughts and having their own conversations also. And yeah, just thank you for inviting me and David for joining. And yeah, I think all the grand ideas are already somewhere breadcrumbed along within the recording. I hope at least something useful for someone who's been watching. So thanks, everyone.
Absolutely, and thank you. And then David.
Yeah, I just want to add. So when I say asshole, what I mean is I'm talking like technically, right? If I say this guy, I think he's an asshole, what I'm technically saying is just we just don't vibe on the same frequency, and it would take me too much energy to attune, and so I don't do it. Maybe I tried and it didn't work out, so I feel like it's too far out of my range of ability to attune, right? That's like what it means when I say asshole, just technically. Doesn't mean he's a
I hear
bad
you.
person necessarily. It just means there's probably a better way for me to do that when I'm trying to do with another person.
Yeah, maybe there's another vernacular that you can use to describe the person because you're not resonating with them. Because like an asshole would mean a person who is being, like a little bit troll like. They're being negative. These are the things that I would attribute to somebody who is an asshole, not necessarily somebody who I don't quote unquote resonate with. So to me, there's a fine line between those ideas, for me anyway.
Well, I mean, it's just it is really a large field because sometimes your energies are so far out of line that people are just trolls with certain people. It's just that dynamic. It's just that it's itself. It's its own dynamic. Like I'm sure you
Yeah.
have experienced that. Like with some people, they just rub you the wrong way, and you just turn into this
Yep.
like obnoxious person. And with other people, you're just like totally relaxed, right? So it just because someone is an asshole with me, or I perceive him as an asshole, or they actually turn into an asshole with me, doesn't necessarily mean they are always an asshole. But I only know him as an asshole. So is that my fault? I don't know. I just call him an asshole because that's my experience. But you're right. Globally, technically, they're probably it's just my experience, right? So, but hey, if I say someone is an asshole, I mean, isn't that, do I have to put a disclaimer that is my experience? I mean, everything I say doing all of this is all just
No, no, no.
my personal opinion, is not global absolute truth. Um,
Right. Well, it's an idea that maybe we can explore a little bit more about what an actual asshole is, objectively speaking. Next time we come around, I will be doing my Vipassana for 10 days. So I will be reaching out to you guys and we can have another conversation in the future about this topic, perhaps. So I really appreciate you, David and Raphael, for joining me. And I really do enjoy these conversations. And you guys know how to think deeply about these subjects, and it's good to have different perspective on the matter. So I'm gonna end it with the song that you have shared with us. And you have any final thoughts before I end it? Are we good?
Thanks again.
thanks
Yeah.
for
Okay.
inviting me, and great conversation, guys. Appreciate it.